Tout à l'heure, ma pupuce. Tout à l'heure. Je sais, c'est l'heure de manger des trucs. Vous comprenez pas pourquoi je vous donne pas. Hein. Je vous donne tout à l'heure, ma belle. Tout à l'heure. Ouais, tout à l'heure. Ouais. Ouais. Tout à l'heure, ma pupuce. Tout à l'heure, ma belle. Okay. Katos might be agitated because normally I feed them at this time, but I wanted to clean their bowls today, and I forgot. So it's delaying the feeding time. Because I need to put water in them for a bit. So it's easier to clean.
Shit. Let's move! Oh, God.
And it took a bit longer than I thought to come back.
That looks like a tall, round building.
Because I was arguing, as I said, about stupid stuff with my mom. The TLDR is that I have a car that historically she's been paying the insurance money, insurance for the car. Yeah, I mean I played for a few, yeah. But I think you got like the possibly the interesting story bit. Well, it depends if you watch the whole thing or not. Hey Rattlers, it's Mackenzie, I'm out free. My husband died picking your freaking tomatoes. We want some lonely stragglers. I will be back with others. Your time is coming. Skip until rich cutscenes. Yeah, that's what I would have done. Did you see like the whole... Yeah, so you're pretty much... You're there, I would say. Did you see when she got hurt earlier or not? So as she crossed like one of the sort of like thresholds of something, she got reeled in by a trap. And as like she was being pulled by her feet up in the air by the rope, she hit like a broken tree branch, which planted itself in her side. hence why she is all fucking bloody, because she basically was bleeding all over herself as she was losing consciousness. And then we got like the same guys that captured Abby, that basically show up and capture her. She's actually being hanged next to a zombie that was bait. And TLDR is like she escapes as one of the guy gets bitten by the zombie, like eaten by the zombie. And then she gets the other one to
Hello.
tell him where Abby is, essentially. And so fast forward a bit, she's got the thing in her abdomen sort of stitched, but she's still very much hurt. She's lost quite a bit of blood,
I can't feel anything.
and we are heading towards where we think Abby is. By the way, Abby, they came across her like a couple months ago, I think he says. So supposedly she's been abducted by those guys a few months ago. And I don't know if you can... I'm gonna test that right now. Oh, maybe not. I don't know if you can, like, headshot through the visor with a bow. I would think so. You can. So I could say no, yeah. There's a bit more to the cutscene than what I said, but that's essentially it. So we got at least 2 of them with masks. I could kill this guy, but then his death will be spotted. So maybe not the right approach. So it appears there are also subduing zombies for whatever reason. And I don't remember exactly what that goes on, but so Abby with the firefly calls, like the radio, they tell her to head towards the dome, right? And the dome is also where the trafficker guy tells us that she has to go, right? Get on, Glush. I'm not sure if there's more inside. Maybe they can like... Oh yeah, there's more. Crossing is kind of difficult. I think I'm gonna go and kill the other guy. I cannot forget that this one was alive.
We're under attack! It came from over there!
Someone's out there! With the entire compound!
Watch the infected!
We got a live one!
Okay, that's probably fine.
Nice try!
Or not. Damn. He's fast. Oh!
Okay.
Now the question is where? There. I'm fucking blind. Okay. I suppose.
Bye. That it? These are some sick fucks.
I think this is legit the first time I see something in like a shower. Oh yeah, I didn't finish what I was saying earlier. So basically, right, I have a car, which my mom has been paying the insurance of since I've owned it, because I was a student and she was like, I'll take the insurance. And so we have discussed before that because I was not here, well, I was not using it, we should sell it instead of it just covering dust. And we discussed how we would do that, which was either we would do it via, like, we sell it ourselves, or, and then I would have had to do it, or we go through a garage. And we decided we would go through the garage, because then we don't have to handle the thing, even though it would take like a small commission, right? So the garage did not do anything with the car, and it's been like a year. And then recently one of the guys that works at the garage, which has been off work because I forgot, but he's currently off work, and he's a neighbor. And he said, well, I will sell it myself without going through the garage. And so this is what he's been doing, and there's been people that have been interested and that have come to visit. He's offered to pay for some of the parts. Not pay for some of the parts, but he's basically ordering the parts that need to be replaced. He's gonna replace them, stuff like that. And my mom earlier is like, she was basically asking me to thank her for doing this. Which I did not do when she asked. And then like a minute or two later, I did say I was grateful for taking care of this. But essentially it's something that she instigated, right? Because she sees the car is sitting there, I'm paying the thing, and like the insurance. And I see the sort of like value of the car diminishing. Which again, like we talked about it, we agreed we should sell it, right? Or I should sell it, I suppose. So like fair enough. But like fast forward to today, she is in fact not doing more than she has been the past year, which is nothing for a while about it. Well, she's doing the interactions with the guy that is selling the thing, so like, sure, she's doing stuff, okay. But like, I don't know if I'm out there for being like, like I do not, I don't know, it just feels like forced, right? That I have to come to her and say thank you for doing this for me, which like, she's asking me to do essentially. And it's like, okay, but I never asked for this, and yes, we did discuss it, and we agreed on what should be done, which is not the way it happened, because the garage didn't do it. So I don't know, it just basically arguing over that, which is, it's not like helpful in any way, because which I tell her, because it's not anything new that we have not talked about before. We've already like discussed and established like sort of like lines of conducts and stuff like that. Like I don't get what she wants from me. I've also told her that much, but she doesn't know either. And like, maybe it's like super ungrateful of me, I don't know. But I don't know, I don't like, just feels forced, you know. No, it's like outside. Which is part of the reason that we decided we should do something about it, because it's outside, so it's not great for the car condition.
She ducked over there! The fuck is she? Come on, spread out. Find her.
Like, essentially what I'm trying to say is, like, I'm not trying to be ungrateful for the fact that she is indeed taking care of it.
I got you.
But, inherently it's not something I asked for, and I really don't like the idea that she's, like, somehow trying to get something out of me because she's doing this. Because she has a tendency to, like, take care of things for other people that, like, she's not responsible for, but she will take it upon herself to, like, do things. And, like, that's her problem. And I keep telling her, like, okay, you don't have to do all these things for all these people. And she's like, she doesn't get that, essentially. She's like, you don't get it. Their situation's terrible, blah blah blah. Like, I agree, but like, she was helping a woman that has, like, she's got terrible health, and like, it's not great. But also, that woman is also taking sort of advantage of her, and she doesn't see that. She's doing a lot for her family, because her brother has had a stroke and he's lost part of her, like, arm functionality, and, like, his brain is not that great. It's, like, also terrible. But, like, they have literally inherited the money, which is also terrible, but they've inherited money from, like, 2 houses being sold. Well, one to be sold soon, one that has been sold, plus inheritance from other grandparents. So, like, financially, her brother is doing completely fine, like, more than fine. And, like, if they need help, they can financially, they are very comfortable to, like, afford whatever help they would need. And so, like, I just don't get... Like, I don't know. Like, I'm helping to take care of the house, basically, that's about to be sold, because it's nearby. But, like, we really shouldn't have to be doing this, in my opinion. Anyway. Point is, she has a tendency to do things for other people that is not strictly something that she should be doing, in my opinion. And she does expect to be kind of, like, praised about it. I think. It's like, I can't complain, right? I'm very lucky in my situation currently. But I'm also trying to... I don't know, I'm trying to be... Yeah. Like, we have a bunch of conflicts where I'm usually I don't know. I'm going into different things, I guess. But yeah, like the none of your business thing is quite a thing, and like I mean up to the point where we've discussed it and we agreed on the thing that we agreed on, like I'm completely fine with that, right? Like we discussed it, it's fine. But I really don't like this. Suddenly she feels that I need to tell her thank you for doing this for me, which like oh, there's still some people. Okay. I thought it was clear. There's at least 2.
I caught her! Over there!
Kinda wanted to free them, but also I'm not sure if a projectile works. I think it does. They can fix that split. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with them. I think they do human trafficking. Or yeah, human trafficking. I don't know if it's sort of like prostitution, which is very possible because they seem to be quite happy to have captured both Ellie and Abby. So it is quite possible they're in that business. Oh, there's more than I thought. Okay. 4 of them. But I'm not entirely sure what they do with the infected. Definitely have a shot at killing him, but I need to like on the head. Like that. I think I can recover an arrow from that. This part is fairly easy though, like they do give you quite a lot of stuff. As well.
They got another one! He's around here somewhere.
I was hoping they would like make them turn the way, but I guess not. They don't know where I am though. I don't think this works. Probably not the best spot here.
Come on, people, we can't have lost her. Coming up empty here.
Hello. How are you doing? Do I try from the back? That might be bad. Did go bad. I'm great. We're finishing this game today. Yeah, I mean it's okay. I don't really need.
Zach, pin her down! Oh, God damn it!
That was bad. Alright. I think I'm safe, because I think it's the only guy, but... If I remember correctly, this is... supposed to be the last fight scene. So I'm not too, like, bothered. I was just taking my time. I was more curious to know if like I could shoot them from the back or not. Wait, is there two? Oh, there is two. Okay, that's bad. Although I do want to try again, that I'm spotted. Nope, doesn't work. Okay. It's my second playthrough, so yeah, but thank you. I am somewhat familiar with it.
Found you!
Do I try? Well, I can always do that, right? Oh, that was... I thought that was a normal arrow. Okay, I think we're good. Breakfast at 1 PM. Sounds good. Yeah, good to see you as well. Hope you're doing good. Alrighty. might not be the last fight scene, but even if there is something after that, like I'm good. So I'm not really worried. Actually, no, there is more than this. I do remember there is more than this. Or maybe? I think there is. I don't know. Oh, hi.
Coward! Got you now!
Okay. I should not have been back there. I thought there was more than... Well, no, I thought there was no more people. And I don't remember if I've looted everything. Apparently not. This really bugs me though. I was pretty sure you could actually free them. Well, I guess I don't want to find out now. But I was pretty sure you could free them by shooting at the thing. No heals. Oh, there is more. Yeah, okay. Remember this. Don't think I'm gonna struggle then. Maybe. This is more of a active fights in there, probably. Jenny. Sending along some extra beef, grapefruit, and potatoes I just got. They've been impressed with how many strays I've captured and wanted to reward me. We're seeing the best crop we've had since we settled here. Please make sure my mom gets fatty cuts. She looked too skinny last time I saw her. But... Right.
The hell's going on here? We're under attack! Come on, let's go!
Please don't be spotted.
Stray! We got a stray! Here, here!
I already know they can mill this way. That's not good. Well, it might be fine, because she might be the only one left. Okay. Maybe. No, she's not. There's at least 2. That's cool. That's alright. Fuck me. Dude, why did she jump? Or why did I jump? I don't know. Fuck. Why did I switch? Okay, that is not good. And they can... okay. Well, I am majorly screwing up there, to be fair. Okay, what do we have? Oh, I do have bow stuff still. But I'm not sure I want to use the bow. Hmm. Oh, I did not know. Wait, that's an explosive arrow. Oh, that's all I have. Imagine aiming.
Shit! Right over here!
Imagine aiming. Could not be me. Didn't get him.
Oh, Jesus! Ambush!
That's kind of really good to like shoot people through. Like behind stuff. Well, some of it, but not that much. I'm not an FPS player, as I've said. I don't think I can shoot that far. Really, Ellie, move, move.
We found her! We got her! Right in here! Take cover! All out, huh?
Not quite.
I'll find you.
Not quite out.
God damn.
Might be all of them. Alrighty.
Where are these fucking prisoners?
But actually, like the shooting, I was not trying to shoot that part, but I was trying to shoot like the legs, because they do get staggered, and especially if you shoot them in the legs, they go like they crouch for a minute. It's actually very helpful because it's easier than doing like a headshot. Yeah, that's what I was saying, like they have infinite ammo like while they're shooting at you, and then when you try to loot them they have like 1 bullet left or 0. Like come on. Video game logic. Yeah, exactly. I would say like the AI is a bit more limited than what I remembered, in that they don't really... Like they kind of have this like part of the game where they go through and they don't really go past that. I don't know if I would want to like lock the area behind me when I don't know what's like ahead of me yet. All the other zombies there, probably.
Kill her! Bitch!
I got the key!
Unlock the door!
You mean Abby? You mean Ellie?
Come on.
Don't forget she's hurt on the side and she's lost a lot of blood.
Keep back!
Don't put that fucking thing in me!
Like she's not in the best state.
Abby tried to escape. She's down in the pillars.
The pillars?
Head down to the beach. You won't miss it. She's probably already dead. Come on!
I mean, I kind of nice with you in like the previous sequence that they actually like let you play with her as though she's not injured, but yeah, like she should kind of move slow and stuff. Well, here we go. She did like stutter it, or
Holy.
yeah. I don't know if they're like.
Abby?
I guess they've been like beat up. Well, this one is missing an arm too. Not Abby.
Please. It's you. Abby. I got you. I got you. They're both this way. I can't let you leave. I'm not doing this. No. I'm not gonna fight you. Yes, you will. He's not a part of this. You made him a part of this. Okay. Okay. take him.
Devastating ending. She's like so like emancipated, I think is the word. Like, yeah. Like when you find her, she's lost like all of her muscle. Like she's got nothing. So probably since like it's been a few months, like probably like super malnourished or something. And all that for that. For this. Yeah.
Hey.
drinking?
Coffee.
Where'd you get that?
Those people that came through last week.
Oh.
A little embarrassed as to what I had to trade to get it, but it's not bad.
I had Seth under control.
Yeah, I know.
And you need to stop harassing Jesse about my patrols.
Okay. Dina. Is she your girlfriend?
No. No, that was just one kiss. It doesn't mean anything. She just, I don't know why she did that.
But you do like her.
So stupid.
I have no idea what that girl's intentions are, but I do know that she would be lucky to have you.
You're such an asshole.
I'm not trying to.
I was supposed to die in that hospital. My life would have fucking mattered. But you took that from me.
If somehow the Lord gave me a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again.
Yeah. I don't think I can ever forgive you for that. But I would like to try.
I like that.
Okay. I'll see you around.
Yep.
In like the one of the comments of one of the videos I was watching, they mentioned that, like, they think that Ellie is a death wish because she constantly, like, brings about the fact that, like, if she had died in the hospital, like, her life would have had meaning. And then, like, she constantly, like, keeps going after those situations where, like, she's likely to die, and that, like, if she had died trying to kill Abby, like, that would have had meaning for her. And it's kind of like what she was chasing. And then they go on to guess that she found meaning in, like, living for Joel, because that's what he would have wanted. There's also, like, another really, like, powerful sentence, I think, from the first game, probably, where she's like, I think it's Joel, that asks her, like, what she's scared about, and she's like, I'm scared of ending up alone. And, like, that is very much what ends up happening. As far as part 3 went, I don't know. I do believe that I've seen there have been leaks about it. Honestly, I'm like, I'm sure they have some stuff planned. I would be very surprised if they don't. But yeah. Absolutely big game. Nah, I don't see that happening, to be honest. I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine that we would play either of those characters again. And if that was the case, I think it would be more likely to be Abby than it would be to be Ellie. But I mean, I don't know. Ellie just goes, who knows, to do what. Like, they could do, like, previous stuff, right? With they could explore, like, some of the previous characters, like there's a lot that Joel did, for example, before the outbreak, but I don't know, I have a suspicion that, well, I haven't really thought about it that much, but I think it would be interesting to pursue, like, whatever happened with the Fireflies, like what's up with that Santa Barbara regroup thing? Was it actually, like, entirely, like, fake? Because, like, the guy that's Abby had on the radio, he asked information about the base, right? And it did 100% seem like, which maybe he was faking, but, like, it seemed like when she was saying, like, she was the daughter of the doctor that was running the thing, like, he was like, how about that? And it's like, and then fast forward to when she gets to Santa Barbara, it's like those I forget what they call them, but, like, it's like those bandits running the place, right? So it's like, was where the Fireflies never there? And actually, I did not look for, like, a symbol or anything, so I didn't see any. Like, is there still Fireflies there? Or are they still trying to find a cure? Maybe they were in Santa Barbara and then they moved on. There's, yeah. I think it would be difficult to, like, resume with those characters, because I don't know, like, they've kind of, I mean, I don't know what you would be talking about anyway, or, like, because the storyline of the first game is very much like, you need to take Ellie to the Fireflies, right? Sure, so because she's immune and all that. And then over the course of that, you have the relationship between Ellie and Joel. And then this game is very much more about like the trauma and yeah, like the trauma character sort of like moving past that and growing eventually. Like Abby's kind of completely different person towards the end. Like Ellie finally realized like she's got other reasons to live, even though she lost like a lot to like doing that. So it's like, what are you gonna talk about with those characters at that point? Like you could do a thing where, I don't know, maybe like the baby JJ gets captured or something, and but you could do things. But I'm fully happy if like that's the end of what we had with Ellie and Abby. And they've said before, like, they're not gonna make a game just to make a game. They will make a game if they have some interesting story to tell. But like, I'm not a writer, right? But I feel that as you write something, like you have like the story that you have to like put down on paper, right? But you also have like some other things that you're gonna think about, and like I'm sure that they have like some inklings of ideas of other things that they want to explore with the characters, that maybe they wanted to do with this game, and then they're like, no, we can't like also add that in there. But I think they have like some ideas of things they want to talk about. So it's then probably like, what can you write around those ideas? I am tempted to play the Making of the Last of Us video thing, if you're interested. I was like halfway through watching it, but if you're interested, I think it's like a documentary type thing. I think it's very interesting. It's a bit long though, it's 2 hours. Maybe not. I will put like... I think I'll put like the first like 15 minutes of it or something. Because I do think they're really interesting. Volume might be okay. I also watched like a bunch of like behind the scenes and stuff with God of War, which was also really cool.
Okay. Thank you all for what is about to be a very long presentation. So, Anthony and I ran some numbers, and to our best guess, The Last of Us Part 2 is 10 to 30% longer than Last of Us Part 1. However, this is the most detailed story presentation we've ever done. Like, if you think about the presentation for T1, where we kind of talk about the quarantine zone in somewhat detailed, even though most of it changed, and then it's like, and here are some things that might happen with Joel and Ellie. They might go into a spore-filled subway
Maybe
tunnel.
without.
They
No,
might
it's
fight
okay.
some
A bit
cannibals. At some point, Joel will get incapacitated. And this has everything figured out, even though it might change. Every character is accounted for. Every cinematic is accounted for in this presentation, which means it's going to feel twice as long as the first game. So when you freak out, that's normal. That's part of this. Oh, this is about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yeah.
So hopefully you got
I
your
don't know if
feet
that's the reason, but
Okay. So we open on 15-year-old Ellie. This is a few weeks after the events of the first game.
if audio is like sort of
There's a
like,
doorway leading down to this
lowered.
basement. And Ellie sees Tommy, and he's just finished climbing out of this basement, and he's hurt bad, and he's rambling about something, needing to go after these people. Ellie's trying to ask him what happened, where's Joel, and he doesn't make any sense to her, and she starts to go downstairs. Tommy grabs her hand and tries to stop her, but he's too weak. She rips her arm away, and she heads down. And
It's
when she
interesting
steps,
because it's like evolved as
her
well,
heart
right?
races faster and faster as she sees this trail of blood. She opens the door, revealing Joel's mutilated body. And then shock just sets in, and she screams and tries to grab his body, and Dina comes and rips her away, and on that cacophony of sounds, silence. Oh, we're just getting started.
Well, today my eyes are not dry. I can
I've
tell
been
you that
working
much.
on this game since we finished. Well, really, been thinking about it since we finished The Last of Us.
So many people were like, Last of Us 1 is so perfect. It should never have a sequel. They shouldn't make a sequel.
They're like, oh, it wrapped up super great. But I think actually, if you look at the ending,
Swear to me that everything that you said about the Fireflies is true.
Ellie is accepting a lie.
I swear.
Okay. She has a very good bullshit detector. She knows something doesn't feel right, but I think is too scared at that point to ask.
How long can you really live with accepting a lie like that?
She was the VA.
The Last of Us feels like an origin
Really?
story for this
she
survivor
is.
in this post-apocalyptic world. Seeing like how Ellie has become such a strong, unique character, it really felt like, you know, if we were to do a sequel, it'd be a shame for it not to focus on her.
Move the fuck out of the way.
Yeah, once we're done with this whole thing, I'm gonna teach you how to play guitar. Yeah, I reckon you'd really like that. What do you say, huh?
Joel, he's gonna teach Ellie to play guitar. That always felt like that's just this like unanswered promise that like was kind of lingering at the end of the first game. We did this thing called One Night Live, where we had the actors come on stage and reenact certain scenes.
So you say we get you to the Fireflies. What happens next?
Marlene, she said that they have their own little quarantine zone and that doctors are still trying to find a cure.
I wrote this new scene that takes place after the ending of The Last of Us, but it was only shown to people in the audience. Like, we cut off the stream right before we showed them the scene.
If I ever were to lose you, I'd surely lose myself. Try and sometimes you'll succeed. to make this man of me. Our future days of you and me. She's yours.
No. I don't know the first thing about this.
Hey, I promised you I'd teach you how to play.
That scene ends with Ellie holding the guitar and playing one note. And that image was so strong in my mind that I'm sure that kind of trickled into this idea of this trailer. So I started working on some concept art, kept fleshing out the story. And as it felt like it was kind of gaining momentum, Uncharted 4 needed all hands on deck.
Naughty Dog had always made one game, and as soon as it finishes one game, it works on another. When I started on Uncharted 3, we were starting to experiment then with trying to do 2 teams. After we finished Uncharted 3, I jumped onto Uncharted 4. At some point in time, Uncharted 4 was coming down to the wire, and it's just, we had to shift resources, and pretty much everyone just ended up on Uncharted, trying to finish it up.
It was I played like the Uncharted that got ported to
I
PC.
come on like in full force on Uncharted 4. I
It was
just want to
good.
capture this trailer.
But it didn't like really. Like the story didn't like feel as strong to me. But it was interesting. I will definitely replay it at some point.
Said I walk beside the still waters and they restore my soul, but I can't walk on the path of the right, 'cause I'm wrong.
During the entire production of Uncharted 4, that's all I could think about. I had a lot of investment in Uncharted 4, but the day we were done with Uncharted 4, I went right back to that trailer to wrap it up. Anything for this shot that's still happening?
Not in animation.
Of the shadow of day.
This one feels kind of strong to me. Drawing a lot of attention. Can we tone that down?
Yep.
Actually, my biggest fear with this announcement is that it leaks early. More than anything, I have nightmares about this trailer leaking early before we get to PSX.
I don't know why they called it Grounded 2, the video, and why the difficulty is called Grounded.
People,
There's probably
PSX,
something behind that too.
The PlayStation Experience hasn't set itself up yet as a place where big titles get revealed. That's E3.
No!
We're revealing the Uncharted single-player content at the opening of the show.
You're late. I thought you were professional. Oh, you should relax. We'll live longer.
No one's going to expect a second Naughty Dog title to be revealed in the same press conference.
Please welcome to the stage, Sean Layden.
There's one more special unveil we have for you tonight. Please enjoy.
When we first revealed The Last of Us, the Naughty Dog logo came up and the crowd erupted, and it was such a high that that's almost been like chasing the dragon, like wanting to recapture that feeling.
Oh my God. Why does this look like The Last of Us, dude?
Playing it at this surprising moment, I'm hopeful it will have a similar feel.
It's funny because I had nothing to do with all the trailers and anything like that because I wasn't following the releases or anything like that. Because it was a PS4 game, and like I've done the same thing with Horizon, so I know like okay, I'm not gonna get to play this on PC before a long time, so like I
People
don't care.
outside the studio have such an attachment to the first game, and I've definitely seen fears about.
I know they've stopped doing
not wanting to
PlayStation
make a
ports to
sequel
PC, so
because somehow if it's bad, it will tarnish your feeling about the
I'm
first
not sure if
game.
I'll be able to play the next game.
I'm
Or
gonna find,
I mean, I might like
and I'm gonna kill
buy and sell like a PS PlayStation or something.
every last one of them.
We're doubling down on those fears and not calling it The Last of Us some subtitle. It's The Last of Us Part 2 to say it's all one story.
I would imagine if they make an announcement for the third game, if there is one, it would be probably like fairly soon. Because they have another game in the works, like some sort of futuristic bounty hunter game thing.
The concept for the sequel had to feel compelling enough, have enough weight that felt like, okay, this is an experience worth creating, worth spending the next 3 years on. I became really intrigued with the idea of the cycle of violence and how like certain events would trigger acts of violence that then would beget more acts of violence.
It's almost never satisfying. It never brings the person you love back. And despite you thinking it's going to bring some closure, it doesn't.
We just need more empathy. Wouldn't it be awesome if we could create an experience that lets you safely explore those feelings? With that theme, all of a sudden everything fell into place and this outline emerged. The whole catalyst for what starts the second game is Joel killing the doctor.
No!
That feeds right back in that idea of that cycle of violence. Now it sets up this whole kind of sequence of events. We're gonna start the game where you're playing a new character. That sequence ends with this character killing Joel. And we really have to paint her as this monster. Then when you play the next chunk of the game and you're Ellie and you're gonna pursue justice, quote unquote, and you're gonna go kill this entire crew, we're gonna go back in time and show you that same sequence of events, this character that you saw as a monster, to now get you to see things from her perspective. And how this crew is a bunch of people trying to survive in this world, and they had their reasons for pursuing and finding Joel and killing him. And the story was becoming very epic and ambitious, and I had a few parts that I was kind of stuck on, and I felt like to kind of shake things up, I wanted to bring in another writer.
I thought it was a very thoughtful story about violence and obsession. He had Abby, sort of like this girl who was the daughter of the doctor. And that Ellie would go on this vengeance quest. And when he was like, and then Ellie actually kills Abby, I was like, what? You're gonna... Yeah, let's fucking do it.
Not only is she contributing in a lot of ways, I feel like she's challenging what this story can be. She's wanted to add more romantic intimacy between the characters. Those are areas that I've been, I don't know, more uncomfortable writing that stuff. After the first day, she was telling me that she went home and told her husband that, I think I just got Ellie's girlfriend pregnant, because that was her big idea the first day, and that had this trickle-on effect and actually added a lot to the story.
Ellie is this very relatable character. I thought she was a perfect vehicle to challenge this notion that violence doesn't have a cost, because it does have a cost in reality. It's going to ruin this girl. You know, people love Joel and Ellie, and we are about to kill one and make the other one a villain.
I was very nervous telling Troy we're gonna kill off Joel. In the first game, he was advocating that Joel should die.
When I read the ending to part 1, I was like, you're gonna piss a lot of people off.
Let me go.
Marlene is the closest thing to a parent that Ellie has had outside of Joel.
You just come after her.
A lot of people got hurt, and Marlene would be one of those people.
Joel has crossed these moral lines, and therefore he deserves to die, and he thought it might be a more dramatic ending. And I was like, no, you're crazy. Like, but then in the second game, that's why I was like, thought like, oh, he would take it pretty easily.
He goes, so Joel dies. And he's like, so this happens, and then and I literally had to stop. I was like, can you give me just a second? Because it literally was as if someone was telling me about how my friend had just died.
I think he kind of took it hard. It was like the character meant so much to him. We're gonna kill off this character. His role is gonna be much smaller on this one.
All of a sudden, it was, please don't take this from me yet.
Ellie is scared to be alone. Everybody that she's loved up until that point, she's lost them.
It's hard to imagine the story without Joel dying. Like, you feel that hate, Ellie feels that hate. You're one-to-one, you're on the stick, and that informs the rest of the story.
This way, come on!
You okay?
Yeah.
We get you through interactivity to really connect and empathize with this character.
Y'all act like you heard of us or something.
And then make you feel like I've led Joel to a trap.
When we started out making Last of Us Part 2, Neil actually wanted to be very ambitious about changing the game almost entirely. In the first like 4 or 5 months, the game was actually kind of an open world, inspired by Bloodborne.
It's crazy how it ended up not being that. Imagine open world. I'm really happy it's not, like, to be honest.
And like it was purely melee focused, like it was all hand-to-hand combat.
It wasn't just the melee combat, we were also looking at sort of layout structure. Bloodborne had a very sort of an open space that sort of kept getting bigger and bigger as you explored. I really like that feeling that you get of mastery over the world. It starts to become kind of almost a character in the game itself. And so that was also something we were looking at.
We started out making it as different as humanly possible from the first game as we could, and then kind of dialing it back. The open world thing didn't work with the story that we were trying to tell and stuff.
So in pre-production, we spent a lot of time just doing setups.
I've got your back.
Self-contained sort of units that tried to expound on a single sort of idea. Trying to start out with sort of simple shapes and building up to more complex shapes. And starting out with 1 or 2 mechanics and building up to those mechanics.
Hey! Even our experiments, we try to add like as much context as we can. Like we establish a goal that you're going to be going for. We establish beats so that there's like an emotional journey, the stakes are raised. Figuring out some traversal stuff, a lot of climbing and balance beams and seeing how far we can sort of push in that direction without it getting over the top like Uncharted.
More sort of verticality.
The floating, sitting main character, yeah.
More use of grass
Got those,
and stealth.
those skills.
My name is Arnaldo Lisea.
And what do you do here?
I do design.
I know. How long have you been doing that?
A day. I got an opportunity to work in QA, and that was a great learning experience. I shipped The Last of Us and Uncharted 4.
The thing I'm proudest of is the people who came in, to a quality assurance job as a contractor, which is entry-level work, and used that job to get to where they ultimately wanted to be.
When I interviewed for the QA position, I specifically said that my goal was to be a designer.
He had formed this relationship with design where they knew they could rely on him, spending his
I'm not really
free
interested
time
in like that part of the
designing
video
a
because
demo,
it's
and at the same time,
could very well
him
be
going
sort of
to
like
them and
company
not being like,
promotion.
here's 50 bugs you need to fix. He went to them and was like, what do you need?
But
How do I help you?
I really like
What
the
kind of
behind the
bugs do you
scenes
need?
stuff.
And for their part, they embraced him and were like, why don't we show
Very
you how
insightful.
to lay out nav mesh?
I am anxious to prove myself. There is no babying when you start. It just hits the ground running. If I don't cut it, I go back to QA or find something else. We're trying to figure out at the moment how we handle big spaces, bigger than the first game.
The enemies are so like too spread out to be really considered like one single small encounter. And seeing what behaviors we need to start developing for them to make it look good.
There's like the scene of Joel's
opening of
death is one I
Seattle,
want to get
whole
to.
section was pretty
Like
slow
when they recorded it.
and quite linear in the level design.
Let's assume that there's guys in this building. Someone's starting to shoot at me from the second floor.
This is interesting also
Okay,
because
so I'm
of
on
like
the horse, I'm getting shot at.
the
I
design
can't take cover
choices
with
and
the
stuff.
horse, so probably first thing I'm going to do is jump off. And
Nice
that's
horse, by the way.
slow and clumsy, and maybe we can make that faster. It's like,
Spec.
but once I jump off, I'm going to want to take cover behind something. It's like, okay, I'm taking cover. Now what the fuck do I do with this horse? I assume the enemies are going to shoot at it. If they don't, that's kind of weird. Does Dina ride off with the horse to help it stay safe? Well, that sucks because I'm trying to build a relationship with Dina, and if my partner leaves me, that makes me like her less. I'm like, okay, so Dina has to get off the horse and take cover with me and help me engage with the enemies. Okay, but the horse is still there, so what happens with this horse? Does it ride off on its own in order to like protect itself and then come back after?
Yeah,
It
well,
feels
they
too
kinda do.
intelligent for a
They
horse.
kinda
That seems
do.
a little funny. As soon as there's range combat,
Like they
with the
don't feel
horse, it makes it
completely useless.
fall apart. What if we did this whole
It's
sequence
interesting
on
because there is
how
like
do I approach this building? Imagine this is more dense with
there is kind of
cars
like the
and-
same discussion in like the God of War making up thing, where they're like, okay, we have this kid that obviously is not very like it's not a combat guy yet, right? So you don't want him to be like around and be like a hindrance. And so how do you make him like feel somewhat useful and not a hindrance? And I think they did a good job in their game too.
ferns and interesting ways for me to close this distance.
Well,
Maybe when I get
sometimes
close enough.
okay, well that, but also like you do have this advantage that your allies, they can run in front of enemies and the enemies do not see them, right? So you can't complain
Two
too
militia
much.
guys come out. I have this little firefight with this front before I could rush forward and go into this building, climb up, and take out the sharpshooter that was harassing me. Really simple, small fight. Now there's tension. Guys can come from anywhere, like from this rooftop, from these windows.
And that really inspired us to take some pretty drastic changes as far as the flow, inserting more combat, opening up the layout to give the player more options as far as how they explore the city.
You can imagine this as being kind of the hub with it poking into streets, and I could go into the streets and explore and find those locations, what we're kind of calling dungeons. So that's the plan. Some of these changes are big, but it got us excited. This feels like a true evolution of T1 as far as going more systemic and giving you options.
If there's concern, it's about scale, it's about scope, it's about can we actually build this thing?
The scope is always bigger than the last game. It always has been.
Yeah, I
It
mean-
always will be, probably.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But this scope on this game is something pretty extraordinary.
Everyone seems to agree that the thing we're building is going to be cool.
I'm so
once it's done.
confused about
Pretty
this.
extraordinary.
Like, what the heck is that bouquet? Like, what is that? Like, I think it's bouquet, but like, what? It's like they have a lens that's like almost rectangular, like closer to like that shape. Because like what happens with like I don't know exactly, but as you get off like the center of the image, the bokeh sort of like cuts out sometimes on some lenses, which is why you have like this you got stuff like I think it's the same thing, but so you can have like this round shape in the middle, and then as you like go towards the edges, it gets deformed, but it's not so much that the shape compresses. It's like some part of it is being cut off, essentially. So I think that's what's happening here. So like the actual shape is probably closer to like this thing. But then what the heck did they use to record that? Like what? It could be sticky notes, but like ultimately this is the shape of the bokeh that we see, right? And like it's not, it's like single bright point of light that are doing this. And the shape is like I don't know what it could be, honestly. Because cameras are usually like circular.
Cool. Once it's done, it's
right.
just that.
Or you could have like technically you could have like a mask in front of the lens to have a different shape.
Such a big game.
Our games have become more and more ambitious, and the studio has gotten a lot bigger.
When I started here, we're 40 people. Now we're over 300. You can't handle that many people with a flat hierarchy.
So I made like one of the things I made is like sort of doing this thing of kind of like replicating this bokeh stuff, and you can have like custom shapes that you can like pass to it, like images in that case. So you can have like a square, and you could have like a square lens, like that's a thing. It's like I have some that's where some of my understanding of camera stuff comes from, but I'm not like I've never handled like an actual camera. Yeah, like this. But it's essentially like kind of just like a mask, right? So you block out the rest, and then you end up with like square bokeh. But you could do that with any sort of shape. So you could have like heart bokeh. But then you do that like specifically to, oh no, it's actually the lens, okay. Not just a filter, fair enough. Alright, so you can have those very cool things. Anyway.
As we grew, we've had to introduce...
By the way, the way this works is you sort of like sample your lens. So you take like a lot of pictures, like you take a lot of screenshots. So like if this is your lens, you take a lot of screenshots from like different points on the lens, and you blend all of those together. And you do that ideally with like light that is not in like I don't know what there is what it's called, sRGB. Like if you have like there is a thing that does this, but it's called for reshade. In some games you can use this. It's exactly the same thing that I'm doing, MSADOF. And they also use, I found this after I did the thing, because Assetto Corsa has like an implementation of a technique like that, but it doesn't use pictures as inputs, which is what I've done. Because I was like, well, couldn't you just use image? I thought, and then yeah, that's what they do, right? So you can have like bokeh with hearts, or any shape really. So it's kind of like a really cool thing to do. And so yeah, the way it works is you sort of like sample the lens on different points. You take like a bunch of pictures and then you sort of mesh it all together. And if your like color data is not in sRGB space, so like the 0 to 2055, 255 or something, but you actually have like the full range of like it's basically like if you want to do light calculation correctly, you need to be in, I think it's, well, in Assetto we call it linear color space. I forgot what it's called normally. But if you're in that color space, basically you can just add the brightness values together or something, and you get the actual proper combination of lights, which is how you can get like those bokeh highlights and those in the bright areas. And then if you actually want to have like a plane of focus, which is not super obvious here, but there is a plane of focus. What you do is you sort of like shift the projection a little bit, so it's not like fully linear. Sorry, so it's not like a typical orthogonal projection. You sort of slightly shift the matrix, so you sort of yeah, like I don't know, like skew it, or I don't know. I'm not sure what the term is, but then you end up with an actual like plane of focus instead of like just a point. So that's how that works. It's pretty cool.
Titles just to control management, control communication, make sure things don't fall through the cracks.
We have no producers at Naughty Dog.
There's so many talented
The
people
downside is
that
you need like the
rely
game
on
to be
and
posed
lean
when you
on.
do this.
It makes the game.
The plus side is that compared to like a real-time depth of field, which just uses like the depth information on screen, this sort of like does a real DOF. There's a bunch of stuff you can't really do, like lens deformation. You can't really do that stuff properly. Like swirly bokeh and stuff like that, you'd have to fake. But it does do properly stuff like reflections, which they will get blurred. MSADOF shows this properly. Actually, hold up. Yeah, also you can see here, basically if you sample not enough points, what it looks like, and then when you add more points, you can see the quality going up. And then they should show, yeah, stuff like windows, for example, would get properly blurred. So traditional DOF, because you use the depth, like you cannot sort of treat differently the window and the background. So the window gets blurred along the background, and I don't know how much it comes across on stream, but like you can see this part here, it doesn't really get blurred because behind it is the car frame. And then everywhere here it gets blurred because it uses a depth that's like behind. But if you use like this sort of DOF, then you can actually have the window in focus because it doesn't rely on depth information on screen. And reflections here, like similar in the traditional depth-based DOF, the reflection is going to be blurred because it uses the distance of the ground, which is very close, and close should be blurred because we're focused far away. Whereas if you use this new DOF technique, because it's roughly at the same like plane of focus, the reflection is actually not blurred. So it does like particles properly as well, right? For the same reasons. So it's very cool for screenshots. Like it's not perfect, and if you have like something where you can implement like an actual lens system, like it's better to do so. But it's a really cool. It's a very cool thing.
Game better, and that's really kind of the secret sauce of Naughty Dog is how collaborative it is.
You find the right people who really want to do the best they can possibly do, and then you kind of give them the resources to try. You're getting what you asked for as a creative person, right? You're kind of getting the freedom to go as far as you can go, but sometimes I think we need to be saved from ourselves.
Oh shit, I thought the scene was before that.
With The Last of Us 2, there's a real sense of opportunity. This is going to be a much cleaner production than we've done in the past. We're going to get it right this time.
This is the first project that has had the proper pre-production period where we have locked down, for the most part.
Oh, it's actually here, so it's around the 1 hour mark.
Before we
Actually.
started production.
What?
That
I
hasn't
thought it's
happened.
on the video.
I don't know if that has ever happened. Now that I think about it.
It's a very, very messy process, which is again why it's a lot of times really difficult to schedule. I think right now we are planning on springtime of 2018. So when springtime 2018 comes around, The Last of Us 2 isn't in stores. You can look back at this and say, well, I guess their plan wasn't exactly set in stone.
Historically, we've done very poorly at being efficient without the pressure of an external deadline.
Every time we have some showing of our games, if it's going to be seen publicly, it's got to be one of the best looking playing things in the industry. For example, the first trailer was coming online, and that forced us to define the look of our game, define the location of where the game takes place, define Ellie's look and her age and her hair and her outfit. We're forced to make those choices. We can't just keep iterating because there's a deadline.
We want to try and schedule the game using these milestones as soon as possible.
Which means we got to keep the marketing rolling, which means next E3, 6 months away, we need to look at a gameplay demo.
E3, it's always been the biggest and most extravagant showing of the game industry. There's something special about the energy of E3.
We need to figure out what the gameplay is, because right now it's just we've got a bunch of like cool prototypes and stuff like that, so it's scary, but we work well under pressure.
We were hoping to be really aggressive and show at E3 2017 just to really kick the project into gear as fast as humanly possible.
We want to break it up into a roughly 2-minute cinematic, a flashback sequence that will set kind of emotional context for what will then go into a 5-minute gameplay sequence. We want to do this festival within Jackson. Like there'll be like a live band and we're just seeing people lively having fun.
And for the crowd, are you thinking 30 plus people?
Frank says we could do a 30 variation. I think we can make that work with 30.
Yeah.
Dina pulls Ellie onto the dance floor. Ellie's dancing with her, is making all these guys jealous, and then Dina says, "You want to make them really jealous?" And she leans over and kisses her. And on that, we do a hard cut to Ellie in the middle of the woods. So the idea is we shouldn't see any buildings, just woods, water, ankle-deep water rushing underneath her.
What about rain? Are we still doing rain?
I haven't discussed it with the other guys, but...
That demo that we show externally for the very first time is
Sorry, we're playing as well on Discord because
the rest
he's going through some of the bugs that are
But the problem
reported.
is we're also working on Uncharted 4 Lost Legacy.
So E3 is June 13th, which means probably we want to be done, what, like 2 weeks before that, which is 4.5 months from now.
With Lost Legacy shipping at around the same time of E3, there are shared resources between the two projects.
Especially sound and particle effects, so they were all on Uncharted.
When it comes to the polish phase, both we're polishing this and that same and SPDLC at the same time. I don't think there's any specific item that needs to be worked on, but I think there's going to be programmer time doing both those things. And
There are going to be times when it's like this needs polishing in E3 and this needs polishing in SPDLC, and like we're going to have to compromise at times maybe.
We kind of just didn't have it at the forefront of our minds that, yeah, they're frickin' shipping a video game. It's literally the hardest part of making the game is shipping it. And we were trying to ship a demo, the second hardest thing you can do, at the same time and sharing a lot of their resources.
Oh, there was another break. I didn't realize. So I was saying sometimes I would be distracted because I'm replaying to some of the replays that I'm getting from some of the book I reported. Also, are you interested in still having this in the background? In which case I will keep playing the video. Otherwise I will just keep watching it on my own time. If you find it interesting, because I think you're the only person here at the moment, I think, yeah. So it's up to you, yeah? Okay. I'll do a quick be right back. Just
so one thing
few
would
minutes.
be helpful is to find out what are the items that you feel like
I've kind of already
most
seen
worried
this
about,
one
like,
kind
let's
of.
say rain. We could do this thing without rain.
Still interesting.
So if that helps you a ton, we can make the decision now to remove rain.
Would definitely help.
How about wet hair? Well, if she's going swimming, then like get around that, right?
How about no swimming?
Puts on a cap.
If her hair.
I got like a really clear energy of the meeting, which was how do we shrink it? It was such an impossible task. You can't help but start feeling some doubt, some anxiety about the leadership, not understanding the logic of it. You know, I think like anybody else here, I was definitely ready to roll up my sleeves and figure it out.
Alright guys, we're gonna try to keep this pretty short. I guess. So after yesterday's meeting, there were a lot of side conversations, and there was sort of a sentiment about how much work there was to get not only this demo done to ship Lost Legacy, and it matched up with feelings that we were having. So we started discussing the responsibility of actually attempting this, and started to feel that it was a little bit irresponsible. That if we were to try to meet both these deadlines, we could probably do it, but we would end up doing a lesser job on both projects, both deadlines, than we would if we were doing them individually. And feels like they're both important enough to give them the due attention. So the conclusion that definitely is there is that the demo that was discussed yesterday will not be presented at E3. Yeah.
Does it mean that our main point should be just focusing on more shipping before?
The Lost Legacy?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, we should still try to. We don't, like I said, just want to just completely halt work on this, and all hands on deck on Lost Legacy.
The idea is still to finish the demo, just to give us a buffer, so that these two deadlines aren't overlapping.
Okay.
It's just now we have more time to work on this demo properly without the pressure.
Once that meeting happened, it was just like, right, of course. I'm not in the Twilight Zone. It makes sense not to do this. It felt really nice seeing the leadership kind of having the teams back and seeing the logic of the situation in front of them.
That's it.
Also, I was curious because it's your first time, if I recall correctly, experiencing the game story. What did you think? What did you think?
Thanks.
Okay, so are you pissed off?
Am I pissed off? No. What am I? I guess in one sense it's relieved, because there was concern of whether we could hit the quality that we know we need to hit for both Lost Legacies and for what was going to be our E3 demo. And then on the other hand, it's kind of disappointed, because I was excited to get this demo done and get it out there and get the reaction, but now it's going to have to happen at some other point.
What we've decided to do is deliver the demo at around the same time, but that's going to be purely internal, and the demo won't be 100% shippable. Gameplay and design and animation are going to be locked in June. Then we back off, we finish Lost Legacy, and then resources free up to finish the particle effects, the lighting, and the sound. And then we ship just the glossiest, best looking demo you've ever seen. We burn that to a disc at the beginning of January, and then we don't touch it again, and nobody sees it until E3. It's going to be really interesting to see if we can really, really commit to being done, 5 months, 6 months in advance of E3, and not be tempted to say it could be a little better, let's go back.
People are just chatting, writing stuff.
And we really just need to have the discipline not to do that.
But that then left us as okay, what's our next marketing beat? What are we going to show next from this game?
So now we have a new plan where we're going to release a cinematic around PSX time. I think we're going to do it at the Paris Game Show.
This seemed like a pretty intriguing scene to introduce Abby. That whole scene is going to be our next marketing beat. And then we're not going to say much about it, about how this fits into the game, where it fits into the game.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do. Yeah, you're missing the first one, I mentioned.
Abby
You've not seen the
evolved over
TV series, I
time,
imagine.
And if you look at the concept art, like the character looked very different than where we've ended up. And I don't remember at what point we decided to go with someone like really kind of muscular and broad. But I remember once the idea came up, it felt very fresh.
Once we sort of nailed down the body of Abby, we played around with different ideas of how we wanted to accentuate her arms or not.
And there's something interesting in Abby feeling a lot like Joel.
So when I got cast, Neil was like joking around. He's like, "You should probably beef up in order to play her." And I'm like, "Ha ha ha, yeah, it's mocap, whatever." And he goes, "No, really, you should probably beef up to play her." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, you're right. I should totally start deadlifting as much as possible." So I did, and I was training like crazy. And then I got pregnant. What are you gonna do?
We need to separate her from Ellie. It shouldn't feel like I'm playing a reskinned Ellie, that Abby should, in many ways, look, behave, fight differently. So in gameplay, we've discussed, well, she needs to have different upgrade trees. It means we have to make the investment of capturing a whole different moveset for Abby. We can't just remap Ellie's animation onto Abby.
Holy fuck.
Abby has a fear of height, and there's stuff we're doing with the camera to make you feel vertigo. And that helps build empathy. It makes this character real.
We let you both live, and you wasted it.
She's aesthetically a very intriguing and iconic and powerful character.
Abby, who are these kids? They saved my life. Can you take a look at her?
Once she's killed Joel, what is Abby's motivation? What is she trying to achieve? Her redemption is really taking care of Yara and Lev, these two kids that are from a warring faction.
You know, she has been taught to hate them. There is an inherent xenophobic reaction to them. It's about saying, can you come to love your enemy?
Scars built all this?
Seraphites.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
These are kids that grew up in a very different context as Ellie, and, you know, how they live their lives and experience the world is totally different.
Got you a present.
I'm getting really attached to Lev. He's been able to keep his head up despite losing so much himself in a world that is so harsh. We're taking too long.
Lev is born into
Won't do your sister any
the
good.
pandemic, like post-pandemic thing, I
I
think.
really like his dynamic with Abby. Her having this like fucking brassy little sidekick who calls her on her shit in a way that nobody else can.
What's going on between you and your friend Owen?
Oh my god, Lev, now?
It seemed really awkward.
Just go!
Who understands the sort of sense of being orphaned in the way that a lot of people can't.
How long have you two been on the run for?
2 days.
What the hell did you do?
I shaved my head.
They want to kill a little boy because he shaved his head.
I am not trans, so it's a very delicate thing to tell a story of an experience that I've not had. And that's something that we want to take seriously.
Did you hear what they called me?
Yeah.
Do you want to ask me about it?
Do you want me to ask you about it?
No.
Okay.
It's really about trying to create a multifaceted character who is trans, and that is absolutely an important part of who he is, but also a part of who he is, not the whole of who he is.
I actually very much like
As far as
that
the Paris cutscene,
like for the most part, when it comes to Liv and like Ellie and Dina, like there is clearly that guy that like interferes when they're kissing and at the bar thing. But like for the most part, they don't really like it's part of the thing for sure, but they don't like put the spotlight on it. Which I think a lot of media typically does, and I think for me like a big part of like racism and all that stuff, it's like and xenophobia. I think it's xenophobia. Like all of that stuff. Like the problem is people talk about it too much, and like on one hand, it's absolutely important to talk about some of the things. Like not be silent about it in that sense. But on the other hand, that's also part of what's responsible for it being an issue in the first place. Like, like the thing that comes to my mind is kind of like, if you have a little girl and you're like telling her, okay, you can do just as good as the boys. Like, what kind of message are you sending that child? Like
Pretty
it's
stressed out.
it's better to like not
We have 13
bring it up when
days,
it's not necessary.
less than
People
2
don't
weeks
seem to
finish this
realize.
thing, and there are still some big ticket items.
My opinion. So I really like
Lost
that for Lev,
Legacy
they kind of
turned out to
just
be a much bigger
like he doesn't
project
want
than we
not to talk
originally
about
envisioned,
it.
but now
End
that
of the
it's done,
conversation. I really
everyone
like
is now
that.
on board.
We've got the Greenlight demo done.
For a bit different reason than what I just said, but
She's
it's also like a respect of like she's asking, he's like,
very real.
no, I
We're in
want to
full
talk about
production
it.
now, so
She
I guess
doesn't
that's
push.
The short of it is we're in full production now.
Hey everybody, PlayStation's live at Paris Games Week 2017.
Well, in that case, you may have another
starting now.
difficult situation to deal with. I don't know.
Wow, what a great way to open Paris Games Week.
Maybe they came out a
Let's
bit
have
wrong.
the first in-depth look at a much anticipated and exclusive title.
Last of Us 2. Last of Us 2. Please, please. Please be Last of Us 2.
Our fans, they want to know every last thing about what's going to be in this game.
Is this The Last of Us?
I also really
Neil's
like the way,
taken-
so I also really like the way the whole like shit, I forgot what the guy was called. But like the whole Ellie, like the whole trio thing, right? With Ellie, Dina, and the other guy that I forgot the name of.
The way, you know, he kind of creates an arc or like this sense of drama, this kind of sense of mystery or like dramatic tension, and crazily has brought it to marketing.
I view marketing as part of the game.
So like
Very-
this is normal bokeh right there, right? You get those circles, you have some chromatic aberration on the edges. Interesting fact, chromatic aberration on like lenses, it's like not the same when you're like past the point of focus and you're like in front of it. So like usually, I mean, it's not a always true kind of thing, but actually I don't know how I would find it, but maybe. Yeah, so like, for example, usually in the background, it's gonna be something like purple-ish. Like that happens a lot. You can have things like this, which is also different. It's another kind of thing. But like the one that is like specific to the like around the lens, like the bokeh effect. Yeah, like it's very obvious. Like it's very different colors. So usually, like in the background, you'll have like this you know, like purple effect. In the foreground, you might have, I don't know if like the specific colors, but I think the foreground is usually gonna be like green and like green yellow maybe. And the background is usually like those, yeah, purple tints. It's very cool. There is, I don't think I'd be able to find it. Maybe I'm in screenshot history. Oh, actually, wait. Okay, so that's a good example. So, actually, I could actually go and no. So those are some bokeh images obtained from like having a very bright point of light being taken like out of focus. Essentially, like you take a picture of the point of light out of focus, and so like this is the same lens, so it's a Sigma 50 at 1.4 is the aperture. And like if the point is like in the background, so if you're focused like closer than the point and your light is like in the background, I just did it. Then the edge of the bokeh is gonna be like bluish. Or maybe that's opposite actually. Compared to what it would make sense with what I was saying earlier. I'm not sure what my naming means anymore. But then if you do like the opposite, then suddenly the edge is like completely different color. And you have the same thing with this one, where you've got like the yellow here, and then like here it's purple. And that lens in general is sort of like a purplish tint. This is like a mirror camera. This one has a background foreground too, but you have very different effects. Pretty cool thing, optics. Circle training, and just, yeah, pretty much.
To marketing.
I view marketing as part of the game. It's very calculated what we put out there and how we want you to connect different marketing assets.
Why freeze?
When we first released the teaser trailer.
Hello? Hello? Bruh. Yep. That works.
Too many people right off the bat said Joel is dead.
The blown out light really fucked us in a way I don't think any of us saw coming.
We actually underestimated
The
our
blur
audience
sucks,
a little
it's alright.
bit. They're so sophisticated now. So you have to get more sophisticated, like how am I still going to surprise players and viewers?
You start on characters you've never seen before in a world that like could be The Last of Us, could be
Yeah, like they start with
anything.
that scene on one of the trailers, like
That creates like a really, really cool sense of tension.
At no point are we going to market that you play as this other character.
that's like so far into the game as well.
Oh, that looks good though.
I was so excited about working on it and I couldn't say anything. It was so rough.
Oh, is she gonna cut a baby out of her belly?
And then Uncharted 4, you find a comic book
I don't know where the
that
baby
shows
thing came
Ellie's
from,
mom
but okay.
pregnant. So people already had theories that Last of Us Part 2 was going to have Ellie's mom. Oh, if we just kind of black out the letters, she has the same number of letters as Anna, Ellie's mom's name, we'll get people to think this is Ellie's mom.
Oh my god. Girl's got a good... That hammer's from the Outbreak poster.
So we had that poster with the forearm of a character you've never seen before, with this like kind of wolf's head in the background. What does that mean? You know, kind of like prompting this mystery.
You want people to feel like they figured everything out and then have the story surprise them.
Man, if this is The Last of Us 2, bro, I'm gonna go crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Last of Us 2?
The one thing is on mobile for YouTube.
Everything that we put out there is shaping expectation. And then the final game, hopefully, if we do our job right, should subvert those expectations in an interesting way.
like the video player of YouTube, I've noticed, if I'm on my phone in the browser, because I was doing that for a bit, because I was like, okay, I'm using like YouTube, I'm watching like YouTube Shorts a bit too much. So I did that for Instagram. Like I just uninstalled it for a while, and I disable notifications. So like I stopped going on Instagram, but instead I'm going on YouTube a lot. Less now, but still. Also because I have the habit of doing it on PC. And so I removed the application. Well, I think I disabled it because I think it comes built in on Android or something. And then I was I was watching it in the browser anyway. But the problem is in the browser, they make it really, like they make it purposefully bad. I have to imagine that's the case. To where, for example, if you have something that you do not like and you do not want to see, they won't let you like do the thing where like don't recommend this channel or don't recommend like they won't let you do that on the web browser. So you actually need to have the app installed so you can do that stuff. Or probably to have some fix for it or something.
We knew we were pushing boundaries.
Like that has to be intentional design.
We are making a violent game. We're not going to shy away from how violent it is. It is part of what we're trying to say. And I thought it was a great discussion initially about what is the appropriate level of violence. When is something so violent that it just turns you off, where you just don't want to experience it at all? I like that they were wrestling with those things. I didn't like some of the insinuations about the trailer being misogynistic towards the female characters.
I don't think this story ever glorifies violence against women. There's no bias towards women.
I think
men.
it takes
just
a
so
bit
happens
to
that the two
like do that
protagonists of this
stuff.
story are
Because for the
female,
most part, it
and
doesn't
therefore
like
that's
show me
what
those
we
channels
see the
again.
most of.
I don't think it does
There has to be
that.
fail states in video games, which means
But
a character has to be capable of
like
being
right
hurt.
away, yeah, probably.
So does that mean that there can be no female protagonists in video games? Because that feels super sexist to me. And frankly,
This whole thing is also super interesting, but I'm gonna go back a sec. And yeah, I was on Instagram a bit recently, and the feed I was having on there was like so great. It was, I have a lot of I've sort of tried to have Instagram stuff where it's kind of like creative stuff, I would say, like artistic, and I enjoy a lot of like movement related artistic stuff. So I have a bunch of like parkour athletes that are doing, yeah, some things I would consider to be artistic, stuff like that. And I noticed when I was going on the app for a little bit that the feed was like really good, and it was showing me those things, and it was really, really good. And I don't remember if it happened the same day or like the day after or something, but it started showing me random garbage again. And I say random garbage as in like I enjoy it. No, like if I have the content presented to me, I will watch it like 100%. But it's not content that I'm intentionally consuming, which is why I said garbage, because like it's difficult to have those things. It's difficult to use those things in a way that you're actually choosing what you're actually watching. And they do everything so that you can kind of just keep watching because it's in your face and you want to know what's going on, and it's interesting enough that like your attention is grabbed and you keep watching the thing, even though it's just some random guy in the bar saying like, oh, it's a crazy thing or whatever, like yeah, but you don't give a fuck about it. If I click by mistake on a video and I watch, yeah, I had that also. Like I watched one knitting video and then I had like 15 knitting videos. Like it's insane. But that's all the things. Like oh, you have a new interest? Yeah, we'll help you with your new interest.
at all. I like that they
Yeah.
were wrestling with those things. I didn't like some of the
Sometimes I'll like that it shows me clips from things because then I'll be like, okay, I've not heard of this thing and it seems interesting, so like I'll give it a watch. Like that has happened and I've discovered a few nice things with that. But a lot of times it's also like super spoily potentially.
insinuations about the trailer being misogynistic towards the female characters.
Okay, so anyway, this bit is super interesting as well.
misogynistic things. I didn't like some of the insinuations about the trailer being misogynistic towards the female characters.
I don't think this story ever glorifies violence against women. There's no.
That was about the trailer specifically, but like I don't think the trailer has like had misogynic stuff anyway. Like it's what they're saying, like the characters happen to be female, but it's not. I don't think the game ever expresses like like violence against women specifically, or like not in that way. And then I had this thought about the end of the game where I did think maybe they were doing prostitution, but I'm not sure really, because they had all kinds of captives in the cells, so I'm not sure what they were up to there, and it's not really very much expanded on. Maybe there's more people information about it though.
Bias towards women or men. It just so happens that the two protagonists of this story are female, and therefore that's what you're going to see the most of.
There has to be fail states in video games, which means a character has to be capable of being hurt. So does that mean that there can be no female protagonists in video games? Because that feels super sexist to me. And frankly, like, women are the victims of violence, and don't we want to see women fucking fight back once in a while?
That character, her hand getting hurt, it has consequences for hours of gameplay to come.
I also very much liked Tomb Raider,
One
like the
article even,
reboots,
asked the question, were any women involved?
because it was very
in
into
making
like
of
that
this?
survival.
And it's like, yeah, the co-writer,
story-centric
the
thing.
lead character designer, the lead
That was
character
very good
artist,
also.
all the actresses that worked on that scene.
I am so fucking. Here's what I hate about that article. I'm sorry. Do a modicum of fucking research. Just a modicum.
Okay,
Just a-
I didn't see that. I will. No, that's for you. They might be coming because it's like a 1 minute 30 break, and I think sometimes it doesn't do like the whole 1.5 minutes. I think it depends what ads they have sort of like in line for you, depending on the time they last. Or you have Nitro, or you have an ad blocker that's good. Okay, fair enough.
Do a modicum of fucking research. Just a modicum. Just a modicum of research. Just like a little bit before you put something out there to suggest that no woman
Ad
could
blocker
have
doesn't
worked
work
on
with
this
Twitch ads.
because of the level of violence, because there was violence against women, because it is a video game. Is so fucking sexist. I like watching graphic violence. Does that make me less female? Like, I like having a conversation about what
I'm very
power
happy she was
is.
part of the
Does
writing
that
crew.
make me less fucking female?
she added a
like
lot
working at a
to,
video game.
to
I
what the
like
game is.
playing video games. Does that make me
Like
less
the story
fucking
and
female?
the characters.
Suck a dick. Don't put that in. I can't. I can't. Neil's gonna say put it in, but don't. I also don't represent all women, but I represent, like, I can represent this and say, I fucking wrote this. I wrote this. Like, I literally wrote the sentence, and then Yara eviscerates eviscerates his esophagus from his throat. I wrote that sentence. That is in the script, and I fucking stand by it. I'm afraid of being turned into a token rather than the truth, which is like, we're being thoughtful about the female narrative. These characters are more than just their vaginas. If you want to have a serious debate about feminism and feminism in video games and female depiction of violence, and you need to not see it as a binary conversation. It is an incredibly nuanced conversation. You cannot make blanket statements, and you cannot make presumptions. Fucking do your homework.
Yes, but articles have to be based on journalism.
I'm right here.
What is journalism?
I'm tweeting.
There's not a whole lot of like proper journalism out there.
The tone of the violence.
Trying
in the
to watch
game
like
has
independent
always been
media here in France.
important to portray as realistically as possible.
Our job outside of just drawing up concepts
Because a
is
lot of
really
media is
pushing
owned
reference
by
pipeline,
either rich people
to make sure that
or
the character artists are getting the most realistic examples
influenced by the
of
government,
whatever they're
so a lot of
working
it
on.
is not very neutral.
Find certain things,
And it's not to say that independent
so
press
we
is
make the
neutral,
reference
but
ourselves.
Simulating
it's not
brain
as much
on
about trying to sell you like a narrative, or
that
hard
drip
focusing on
fall
some
down?
things,
What
or
does canvas look like
having the
when it soaks
pressure
with
to like
blood?
not show specific things, right? So I do think it is
Splashing
more
blood on
interesting
them, dripping blood on them.
and more valuable.
Nice. We put down some wet mud.
Than the
cooled blood
non-independent
onto it
press
to
medias.
see how blood would react to a wet dirt surface.
So there's like little pieces of grass and like twigs and things that carry through. Like there's actually movement following the edge.
One of the animators got a piece of
Yeah, like
lamb
there,
and
you
we
can
stuck
see
it
the-
in yard. One
Like you can see those edges with chromatic aberration.
of the animators
Here
got
as well,
a
you can
piece
see all
of
the green
lamb and we
in
stuck
the
it
art.
in Yara's shirt sleeve and hit it with a hammer.
Like if you kind of look for it, like you notice it everywhere.
Yeah, we have a break. She's gonna need to hold this as straight, because if she does this, it's gonna, you know, just the weight of it's gonna want to make it fold. So trying to keep it as straight as possible.
This past week's shoot was specific for the infected eating
This one is funny.
people's jugulars, and there was a concept that
Well,
was
unless
done
you're
with like blood running
I
down
know
the
it by
mouth,
bloods,
but
but then
would
you
that
probably
happen?
shouldn't be
Like, let's
watching the
find
whole
out.
thing. The whole game. The dedication
I
to
got on the ground and pretended to eat away at like a bloody soaked rag that we made. It produced some pretty surprising results because like most of my face got covered in blood.
Look up a little, John, but yeah. Teeth? People here will go to that length of trying to make sure that things feel as real as possible. Yeah, we do a lot of crazy stuff here. Nobody gets hurt, but it's really hard to see these characters that you spend so much time with and, for lack of a better word, kind of like, you know, birthing into existence, tortured and abused.
this is it. I really like the behind the scenes of this.
We're shooting the Joel death scene, which is like the catalyst, the opening of the game. This scene has all of Abby's crew. It's a complicated scene because it's the most actors we've ever had in a single shot.
Y'all act like you heard of us or something.
It's because they have.
Or
Joel doesn't die.
Just me out. That now.
Now that you got that.
Well, that's sorry, yeah. Minor line
So
change.
then what happens is
Yeah,
all
yeah.
of us become friends. Knowing what was going to happen and knowing how it was going to happen, I got very fearful.
There's so much weight to this scene. This scene has to be right. It's really difficult to reshoot it if we need to. Within the first game, having to call Troy and Hannah back to reshoot Sarah's death was very, very, very difficult for me.
The last time I tried to do a big emotional scene,
Don't do this, please don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, please, God, no. Oh, God, no.
that didn't go too well, and we had to reshoot it. Don't do this to me, baby. Don't do this to me.
The actual scene is like also so fucking devastating. I might replay the first game.
How the hell am I gonna
Not
play
sure about
this?
it.
Like, how are we gonna do this? I don't
Maybe.
know if I can do this. I don't know if I have the chops. Am I gonna put Laura through this?
Maybe not like
I don't
right
know
now.
How hard it's gonna be on her.
Audio. Camera. Speak. Rolling.
Take one, Mark.
Action.
Joel Miller.
Who are you?
Guess.
Why don't you just get out whatever speech you rehearsed? Get this over with.
You don't get to rush this.
At the end, I really loved what he brought to it.
I couldn't wait to get back into Ellie's shoes again because it's where, weirdly, I feel most comfortable in a lot of ways because it feels like a character that feels the most like me that I've ever played, which is a little disturbing. I mean, minus like the murder and the killing.
Okay, also, so you may not know this. So there's a D&D group, or I don't know, there's probably multiple D&D groups, I don't know. There's something called Critical Role. Which is like it's a D&D group, and they have had multiple of their D&D campaigns adapted to like TV shows, like animated TV shows. And I discovered them like last year or something. And then I discovered that so both the main VAs for that game, for The Last of Us, so Ashley Johnson playing Ellie and Laura Bailey playing
Since initial pitch is
Abby.
Ellie is there when Joel knew what happened and why she needs to protect
the
hold on.
allows you.
I'll go back to this. They basically both play in that thing as well. So it's like, I don't know, not that many people. Is there Anyway, so the TV shows that they play in, so you have Vox Machina, which is on to, I think, season 4 or 5 now. Which is really cool. I really like Vox Machina. And they played in something called The Mighty Nine, which is more recent. So they voiced the characters, I think. Actually, I'm not entirely sure. But like Laura Bailey has done like so much voicing of like so many characters over so many different series. Like she's a big name in that field, I believe. I assume Ashley has done a lot as well, but I don't know as much. But okay, that was the opening, so not really a good trailer, but they've done a fantastic job on this, I think.
Better to understand why she needs to pursue these people.
The hardest part for me was looking over at Ashley.
No! No!
Knowing that Troy was gonna not be a part of it as much was really hard. And knowing that Joel was not gonna be in Ellie's life anymore, it was hard. So much of that day kind of feels like a blur, because there were so many feelings involved in it.
What I had to do, I felt was very, very little. There's one reaction, and beyond that, we're on Ashley. There was no acting. There was pure, raw emotion. I'm staring in the face of that.
Joel! Why are you doing this? Get the fuck off me!
I'd lost a little bit of my voice. I couldn't scream like as loud as I wanted to, to get that frustration and that sadness out. Ashley was behind, crying, and God. And knowing Abby was taking this away from her was very difficult. And so I was crying when we were filming that scene.
Abby, by the way.
Yes, it was very emotional. You want what I want, right?
End it. Now.
Wait, please stop! No! No! Joel! Joel! No!
We want him to die in this really unforgiving sort of way. Like, it needs to feel senseless for you to say, fuck these people, I'm gonna pursue them to the ends of the earth and make them pay. If the scene doesn't work with what we captured on the stage, almost nothing we do in post is gonna make it work. Joe will take a pass at the scene, and I'll give kind of high-level notes.
But he's doing it without animated cameras, without character models, without environment. And so it's a bit of a guessing game to see if this will work.
So I like the concept. I felt like there was a lot of repetition and it felt long.
Once like Joel's head gets smashed, I don't want a close-up look of him.
Okay.
I wonder if we could do like the smash from the back of his head.
Yeah, I'd want
So
to
just like it'd be like a black shape, and you see like a silhouette change, and like blood starts pouring out, but I don't focus on it. Like I don't see the details.
Mm-hmm.
When the club comes down and it's just like she's screaming, I feel like we could just take all their audio out and like music could take over. And again, we're trying to build more rage than sadness. That's going to really set up our journey.
Okay.
I'll come back and there'll be another version of the scene.
Okay, play.
Joel, fucking get up! Please stop! Please don't. Joel, please stop! No!
It's Keto time.
Overall, it's fucking awesome. Like I got emotional just the part where before he gets killed. It feels so fucking tense.
There certainly is still a ton to do. We still have like 45 scenes that haven't even been looked at yet. It's terrifying given our deadline. The process right now is just getting Neil. We just need to get Neil into the room.
Which one are we showing first? We've got essentially 3 versions. The one that I did.
It's interesting.
And this would work with what we're talking about doing with the scene. And then...
Close one.
I would probably say
There are people standing
this,
here
yours, Mel, or
I got bad news
Mel,
for you.
yours, this.
He's canceling?
He's canceled.
But we had the cameras set. He's supposed to come in. He's the
Actually, it's good we're getting this on camera.
This is what it's not about. This is what it's about.
Yeah, he has some melee stuff to review today. He said let's pick it up tomorrow.
So yeah, that's what happens. And so it's like, okay, all right, that's fine. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah.
I get called up to Neil's office one day. And there's
She's
like an
reacting
empty
to like
seat.
the sounds in my head, so it's
And
funny.
Neil just goes like, "Oh, just sit down." I'm like, "Oh
No, she's
my
like,
God,
"What
I
is
did something
this?
wrong." And
I
he's
heard
like,
something.
"Do you know why you're here?" And I'm like, "No. Are we gonna talk about one of my levels?" And he laughs and he goes like, "No, you're gonna work on the E3 demo." It's always been a dream of mine working on an E3 demo, seeing it on stage. Is this a joke? Like, am I getting pranked right now?
So speaking of E3 demos, remember way back when, like you guys said you were going to block that content and then not touch it?
So like actually,
When, like you guys said you
that bouquet here, you can see like the blades even. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's probably, or 8 blades. I don't know. Yeah, 8 blades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Maybe not on stream. It would be hard to tell.
were going to block that content and then not touch it. How's that go?
Well, and then we ship just the glossiest, best-looking demo you've ever seen. We burn that to a disc at the beginning of January, and then we don't touch it again, and nobody sees it until E3.
Well, I think we knew at the time that we weren't going to not touch it. It's going to be really interesting to see if we can really commit to being done and not be tempted to say like, it could be a little better, let's go back. Because the game's been making progress for the 10 months or something since we locked that demo down. A lot of advances have been made, a lot of new ideas, new mechanics, and we really just need to have the discipline not to do that.
Honestly, it feels like we are addicted to being late.
Story of my life.
Okay, we're starting. I don't know exactly what
I
we're
did
gonna do
text this
today,
today.
other than come up with a really long list.
It was the second to last day.
Try and limit it to an hour, so
I did it one day in advance.
no matter where we're
Yeah.
at. Looking at the cinematics first.
Because we did it so early and had a rough version of it a year in advance, we got a bit complacent.
She's putting on quite the show.
She is.
Sure is. Where are we on getting physics on these strands?
We are working on it.
So for next time? For next time?
Yes, absolutely.
We didn't scramble to figure out what it is we're going to show. We had the structure of like the festival going into this fight in the woods in Seattle, but it was harder to build the momentum we usually have. And I think that panic just wakes everybody up, and felt like it took us a bit longer to get there this time.
So then you go in as if to kill this guy, see somebody over there. Oh, breaks 50% of the time, but use your imagination.
Daniel, going a bit slower, give him some time.
Okay.
The animation is breaking the melee system.
Okay.
So, like when he starts, yeah.
So I'm confident in the demo if we finish it. I'll be.
Like you can see it on his face, the purple headlines. So it's kind of like the actually, I don't know if it's related to background or foreground. This, to be fair,
Frank, it's not
this
looking great.
background is green, and
Alright,
his
this is totally broken.
side of his face is
For
purple.
next week, let's make sure it's all there so we could actually review it.
Well, like it's very interesting to me, those things.
Okay, thanks everyone.
He's an alien.
I feel like this demo is cursed.
Yeah, I find it really interesting, those visual artifacts.
The E3 demo. It was a version of our original Greenlight demo.
And we get like so used to them, like they're also like on his face, like on his nose. It's like yellowish, yellow-green.
but I had to make it fully playable and shippable.
But we get so used to it and we don't notice.
The first thing I did was just basically take that space made by another level designer and put just enemies in it and start fighting. But when I started playing it, I remember like it wasn't there. That parking structure was way smaller, so it felt more cramped.
God is good.
I actually do really like this fight
I
area.
remember going to Neil's office and
Like
being like,
the whole place.
how much can I change this? And he's like, well, what are you thinking? I'm like, well, I'm thinking like this big thing, and I'm like, just like brand new designer, I'm just throwing out like everything, like I want to do this and I want to do that. I want to make sure that it feels like a sandbox, that it feels like this big space, that it's multiple paths. It's like something like we really haven't done before in The Last of Us. And he just goes, go for it. Well, let's do it.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice because you can have like this mix of like you've got this like a lot of vegetation and like the first part of it. And you got cars patrolling this area. And then you kind of move on to, I don't remember exactly how it happens, but I think after that, no, it's cars all the way. And so you have this like grassy area, very sort of like reminiscent of like the previous area where you sort of like discover the cars like just about. And then you've got like this big parking lot in the middle, which is very interesting. I really like the parking lot actually. And then after that, you also have like a bit of like more of a large open space with. It didn't feel that much like that this time because they actually like pushed, I think, or something. But you do have like a bit of like a long range action going on with like not much cover. It's actually quite a nice area. Like this whole sort of thing.
We picked a location in Seattle that essentially is probably the hardest lighting scenario we would have to pull off in the game. I wanted to get the overcast look nailed because so much of the game's dependent on that. How do we pull off this look? Can we pull off this look?
Everything felt a little muted, and we were losing kind of that next-gen quality of our engine.
Like for a second, we actually turned the sun on in the demo.
But we lost the mood of that overcast kind of blue look.
That moment was really rough for me. Just felt like years of my life that potentially would have just been like wasted on this pipe dream of a look.
Well, we were struggling like last summer. It was like a fine balancing act.
Is this whole thing just gonna crumble? Like, is the whole direction like now gonna have to change for the game, not just this demo? Have I
It did make
steered
it
this
dark
company
in
wrong?
the end.
Took some really
It
big
does look very good
iterations
in
and
game.
tried some crazy ideas, and we came up with kind of a hack.
We talked with the programmers and found a few settings that actually gave us exactly what we wanted. It was really like one thing.
We faked the sunlight within this kind of ambient look so we could get some directionality of the lighting.
That it was like, oh, if we do this one thing, it actually got us the look we wanted. So like, I'm glad that happened.
For this game, there was a major push to make a new volumetric fog system. It's not just like a kind of an overlay on top of the screen. That's why it's called volumetric. You feel the volume of it. It's gonna be a little bit thicker near the ground, right? Because there, you know, and you will see grass kind of getting through it. Fog also allows you to see the light. Fog adds atmosphere. Atmosphere brings everything together. Now with this game, we did add recently some new tech that allows us to make some of the water.
Which works very
grids,
well with
meaning
the
that
scars
you
because
have
they're
a
like kind
car,
of
you
very
will see
sneaky.
water, follow the glass,
Let me
follow the
see.
hood, and then from the bumper, you're gonna start seeing dynamic droplets. So that was really cool. And then we can now actually also use this technology to drive blood. Now we can.
But this is what I've been meaning to look
blood
at, but
dripping,
I've not
and we have water
really taken the
dripping.
time to like.
The water trail can
spot
pick
this.
up where is it bloody. And if it's bloody, it can change its own color and start dripping more red. And on top of it, we also clear out the blood. So what you will see is you will see bloody area, you will see water trails going down, and you will see the water trails washing out the blood and picking up the redness and going down. Really, really cool.
It
In
is.
the E3 demo, we do want to show our next-gen animation system.
One of the biggest animation upgrades that we wanted to add to this project was motion matching. The way that it works is it takes a pool of animation data and it picks the most appropriate clip to blend together and create just very fluid and organic movement. We want these characters to just feel grounded and believable in the world, properly shifting their weight and moving the way a real human would.
Also, I do think this works very well.
In order to capture all of those on the stage, we use something called a dance card, a choreographed set of patterns that the actor can move on the floor.
Basically, that's creating this like bank of little pieces of animation. The motion matching system just pulls from that bank all the animation that's necessary to have them move perfectly in any arbitrary way. When it works, it's like so far and away better than any other animation technique. It's like a quantum leap of the highest order in terms of quality.
Any one mechanic is not maybe anything you haven't seen before. It's the combination of how it all comes together, the way it works with the animation system.
Oh, it goes, I don't know.
The new stuff we're talking about is like, oh, you can be in grass.
She went into the grass. Watch yourself.
Like one of the biggest things we do in the demo is jump a gap.
I don't know what
It's tough to be like, oh crap, you can jump, you know, like it's like
state-of-the-art animation
it's new
stuff
to our
is.
game.
I'm not knowledgeable. See, it's there again, that freaking buggy. I don't know what they use for that. It trips me up.
Yeah, no one's ever seen when I aim and prone and she actually like rolls up on her back and
It
like
may be
this.
pretty big cost, right?
Like it can never clip through geometry. Being able to rotate 360
Because like
in all
it's very
directions.
possible they only use it for
It can
LE,
never, like do a janky thing when she's
like the
reloading.
main
while
cards.
doing
I don't know
her
if they use it
aiming
for the other ones.
in water. There's like an IK thing that like lift her chest and head up, and then it gets too deep. Now we're in a special prone underwater moveset thing.
Did they mention that, or?
Her chest and arms and everything are kind of matching ground plane. Things that a player will never notice. And it's because we like purposely did it. There's no such thing as like, oh, you know, it's not as good as, you know, this other game's one, but like, it's fine. It's gotta be like, no, it's fucking Naughty Dog. We have to have the best version of the thing, whatever that is.
I may have to go and like downstairs. The girl is barking, or she was barking. She stopped, so maybe it's fine.
E3 overall was amazing. The press conference.
They've blurred
was
the logo on the building here. I don't know why.
E3 overall was amazing. The press conference was in a very different venue. They usually have them like
This
these
one too.
big auditoriums, and this was kind of like almost like a pop-up.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Shut the go. I think I've seen
It was
this
more
bit
like a
still.
theme park idea,
Stop
but
to the
it's
bit
like
after. Yeah,
in a
stop to the
parking
bit
lot, in a
after.
tent,
Right.
in Los Angeles at downtown. They built the whole crazy church thing, which was pretty rad.
It was super cool. It was better than we expected. And you could feel like the tension of people trying to figure out, what is this press conference? What's going on? What game are they going to show here? On the Naughty Dog logo, you get this big cheer. On the LE reveal, you get this big cheer. Every moment that we've constructed and planned like meticulously for really a year now hit, and hit the way we wanted it to hit.
Maybe they're jealous of you.
I'm just a girl, not a threat.
I think they should be terrified of you.
One of the biggest reactions was when the HUD came on. They looked at that forest and thought, there's no way it can look this good. Like, that's impossible. But when we flash the HUD and be like, yeah, that's it. This is the real game. People are not ready for this. Like, this is gonna fuck you up.
See, I told you. They should be terrified.
It was electric. My skin was like tingling the whole time.
Like as soon as it's done playing, I'm like on my phone.
And it was wild. It was wild to see it just everywhere. See it on YouTube, see people commenting on it.
Okay, it's about where I left off.
But it was a really special moment. I shipped something like as a level designer.
There was such a reaction to the animation fidelity. Holy crap, this is the best looking animation I've ever seen. Are you kidding me?
We're on the forums, going through the messages, seeing how much people think it's amazing. Someone's like, sort of cynically, that our stuff was fake.
I guess it's kind of a compliment to the animation team for like someone to say it's fake when they're working so hard. And right away I responded, I was like, don't respond, don't do anything. Like, it's just not professional.
I was also a little anxious about it because it's a little fake, you know?
Fake is an interesting word. There's an argument that he's right.
It's not the final polished game. You can't just play this demo in any way. You have to play it in this very specific way. But before we even show the demo, it's like, let's not put anything in there we feel like we can't do.
There was no thing of like, we don't know how we're gonna do that. It was just, we literally just don't have it systemic yet. You know, like systemically, a guy pulling you out from underneath a car, we didn't have that hooked up yet. Now we have it hooked up in the game.
It's her! Arthur! All over soon.
Ultimately, as we're building the rest of the game, if anything feels like it's not the right call for the game, we don't mind changing it. Like, we had certain things in the demo for the first Last of Us where like Joel picks up a pistol and takes out individual bullets from it and then pockets it. And like we could have done that, it just took too long. So for gameplay purposes, we cut that out.
I was talking to other animators and they were like, yeah, man, they think it's fake. They have no idea. Like, it's awesome.
The same animators who made this demo are gonna make the final game, so like, I don't know what you're talking about.
They were confident, which I'm glad.
We knew what we were doing and we knew how special it was. It was a little bit of a microphone drop to the industry, and for many it was inspirational, and they were excited to be able to add some of those details to their games and their future games, and for some of them it absolutely freaked them out to see this might be the new bar that's expected for other games to follow.
I thought that skill's like really cool. I don't think I could like work
oh, shit.
in like a team
They're fucking
like
calling us out.
color.
It's like,
not,
we
not
have
something
to
that
deliver
skill.
this. Like, we always were gonna, but now
Oh,
it's
it
like
is
people have
cool
called us out.
what they're able to do.
So we have to do a full body throw animation when you pick up a bottle and you're running, and not just a partial animation because that guy fucking called us out.
Yeah, it looks a lot better like that too. Would be weird to mod it. Emotional-wise.
The real challenge is making the whole game look as good as this one controlled situation.
But I think they did
Come out
really
of
like polish the whole
and
thing.
hopefully we've
very well.
set the standard for this, what the rest of the game needs to feel like.
When you already know exactly what you're supposed to do in the game, you've memorized everything, it's hard to have a true experience with it. You have to bring in people from the outside to play it fresh.
Yeah.
And so we try to start playtesting as early as possible. We got testers in bright and early. They're going to start playing the game. They're actually just right across the hall over here.
It is a fire drill. Because things have to work.
Oh, fire drill is in like trial by fire kind of thing. Okay.
So I'm currently watching the 10 people that we have in at the moment,
Okay.
focus testing. We've got all of their screens up, so I can kind of watch all of them at the same time, generally keep track of any kind of recurring patterns or how long people generally take in certain areas.
They do things we haven't thought of. And it really shows us where our holes are. It's like, maybe I should change this. Maybe I should try that.
This player's pretty lost, trying to figure out this puzzle here, and they're trying to jump on a truck. He's got a really awesome solution here where he's putting this plank on a dumpster, and now he's moving the dumpster around. So we'll probably have to go in there and like try and fix some of that stuff up, but we'd rather figure that out now than in 6 months.
I would have liked
So things like puzzles
to
like
have
this
like
one,
a
that
plank
although
on a
they're figuring
dumpster
out the
thing.
puzzle, they're actually not doing it in the kind of order that I'd like. What would be better is if they came into the space and realised, okay, that's the thing I need to be like climbing up to or getting to, and then they can kind of work backwards from there and go, well, if I need to get there, how do I get up? Oh, I can get up on this thing. It's quite heartbreaking when you see people who are like really confused or don't get it, and it's something you think like it should be obvious, but it's not at all. But it's good data.
We've had a few people on the team that have been really passionate about making our games even more accessible for people with different kinds of disabilities and making sure as many people as possible can experience our game.
Accessibility is something that like really touches a lot of people. As we get older, pretty much all of us are going to have probably some sort of accessibility need.
God of War also has a lot of accessibility options. I don't know for this game.
Into our
God of War has like a lot of stuff, which is really
video
neat.
games are a rich part of that.
I love this, that you don't have to have like a 2-button feature to keep her crouched down. This is awesome. I love that.
Brandon Cole, he said, I heard you announce this game. What do you think about the possibility of someone like myself being able to play it? And Brandon is blind. I hadn't really thought about that before. I don't even know if that's even possible, but I want to try because that sounds interesting. If you click on the L3 button, it turns the screen and the character towards your next objective. So you're able to sort of instantly sort of flip.
That was very much inspired by the talk you gave last time you were here.
I figured.
Hopefully
That's a beautiful thing.
We had this feature that let you navigate
I mean,
along
it's-
the golden
it's-
path. And we also had this other feature. You could like put out this sonar pulse and you'd hear where all the items and enemies were located.
I can see that being like a valid question, but also
Brandon was
typically
playing that and was
games
like,
are
this navigation feature is great, but I don't want to just follow the golden path. I want to navigate to other things. It kind of occurred to us like, oh, we can combine these two features. We can let you scan
must
for
be, like,
items
visual-
and navigate to that item.
This
Rel-
gives you more
like, reliant on
room if you do it this
visuals.
way for different types of sounds for
No,
different types
but-
of items. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Different sound for ammo, different sound for parts, different sound for explosive, different sound for keys, or
craftable and collectible.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Right on.
But
So,
since we want
okay.
to hunt for secrets, just like anyone else, you're also going to want to know that, hey, there's something way over there.
Players with disabilities still want to have challenge.
It's not about just making an easy mode.
So what happened there was an auto vault. So you pressed into a wall and it automatically vaulted.
I feel happy about this.
This is an example of actually
So I don't have much experience with like accessibility in games. I have a little bit of like thought into that, but it's more about because I was hanging around a bit in VR chat around the deaf and mute community. I have had, well, I've seen like a few discussions about how to make games accessible for like deaf people or hearing impaired people. And there was this really interesting thing about like if you have Raycast audio. Well, I came across this like later, but I'm really interested into having like Raycast audio because I think maybe it's like pre-baked or something. I think it's absolutely like a super important like immersive feature that you can have. And so there's this thing where you can sort of visually show audio because you can visually show things from the Raycast of the audio, which is really cool. And you can have like different symbols, different colors for different things. So it's kind of like a really interesting topic, I think. But like games for deaf people, like you can imagine some games being like rhythm games, for example, maybe being like good because you can have like vibration feedback or something, or but it's quite an interesting thing, I think.
The good part of the studio.
Well, in this case, obviously, right, where the gameplay revolves around your comprehension of the world to like move out of sight and stuff like that. Obviously really difficult, right, for that particular game.
Culture, which is
But yeah,
self-empowered,
for blind
that I think
people,
allowed us
it's quite
to
a
do this
it's quite a
crazy
stretch
thing, this
for
thing
those kind of
that, you
games.
know,
But I mean, they
can
managed to
tell you
make
that makes
stuff
business sense
apparently.
to some degree, but it was something we were passionate about and interested in. It was a way we saw we could make the game better. It was something we saw we could like push the frontiers of, and we went with it. Studio leadership was supportive of us, but this really was like a bottom-up kind of initiative.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that early success really helped to build momentum for the rest of the project.
I kind of didn't like pay attention that much to
Shielding
the first
everybody
bit
from
of
the
this. So
cost, from the budget of these
may have missed some
decisions
important
helps
things.
them focus on their discipline. Don't worry about money, worry about making the best game possible. Trust that there are people at the top that are looking at the budget and considering that.
Well, I think difficulty settings will solve some of the issues. I think it's what they were talking about earlier, which is like you just don't want your players to be able to like play like play the game from A to B. You want them to like have fun doing it, and if like they want to feel that the difficulty is adequate. I feel like I'm saying this wrong. Adequate. Better.
At a certain point in the
Oh, you get me.
project, we start offering dinners to the team.
Like on the right.
And it's kind of like an acknowledgement of like, okay,
Notch.
there's a lot of hard work to get it done.
Adequate.
And we know people are probably going to want to be staying late. Now we are crunching.
Crunching bad.
This is crunch.
I must have felt it for months that this release date is not realistic with how big the game is. People were asking us, is this a real date? Because it's not feeling like a real date anymore, so we felt like we had to react pretty soon. And then at some point it just felt like because people were starting to put in longer hours, it wouldn't have been fair to not figure this stuff out sooner than later.
We're never gonna finish this game.
If you work hard for longer, that could have a toll on you. We tell
Freaking
everybody,
mosquito
pace
bit me.
yourself. It's like it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. We settled on a February release date. Leave some gas in the tank.
Right now, we are dancing a very intricate and dangerous dance. We have something like 6 months left to finish the game. And we are also showing a demo to the press. The longest playable demo we've ever done. 2 separate levels of the game. A level towards the beginning of the game where you play with Dina on patrol outside of Jackson. And then the second part of the demo is in a level super duper challenging.
Ellie by herself, murder mode.
So what we're doing for the press in 9 weeks is really those 2 levels of the game. It's unlikely that we're going to need to touch them again until the game ships. That was really the only kind of demo that we could do at this point that would still help further our production goals as well as give us this like marketing boost that we need.
Yeah. The more we talk about it, the more we convince ourselves, okay, this would actually be a good time to just put out a trailer.
Building these 2 major demos and a trailer next to the rest of the fucking game.
And it felt impossible early on. I mean, it's the thing that's always hard for us to polish. You review these things and we're looking at all these tiny details. It's like, even that shot of Jackson is like, where should the trees be? How much fog should it be? How much sun should it be? How should the sun hit the clouds? How we get all these civilians, the kids, do they have the proper gear? Are they wearing the right clothes? Is the tractor leaving tracks on the ground? That kind of crazy detail can only come through all these departments coming together and rising this occasion to achieve that kind of level of quality. We wanted to show the team the final trailer. Before we show you the trailer, just to say thank you to everyone, where we jumped from doing a 3-hour demo to this trailer where we had almost nothing, and it's like pretty amazing what we can do when we all come together. In fact, it's so amazing you can forget, and I've been here for a long time and I can forget. So to remind you, and maybe reignite some of that panic, we're going to show you 2 trailers. One from exactly a month ago, and one from about an hour ago when we wrapped up the trailer. So enjoy.
Look who decided to join us. All right, you all know the drill.
Dina, where are you?
Scary.
You do this on your own.
Feels alive.
It only gets 1 clap.
Keep in mind, this is what the whole game's gonna look like. We're gonna make it this awesome.
You can't stop this.
This was a good reminder. Look, when we come together, when we rise to the occasion, when we do this thing that people outside the studio talk about, like this Naughty Dog magic, this is what it looks like. So when you look at parts of the game that aren't there yet, know that we could get there in a So when you look at parts of the game that aren't there yet,
Oh, never mind.
know that we could get there in a pretty short period of time when we're so focused.
I want to check something, but I was wrong.
The date was the scariest part of it.
We got the trailer done. We'll talk to it. Just wanted to take this moment to run through the events of Outbreak Week, which is when the trailer is going to debut. We are going to be having the big press event in Koreatown at this giant warehouse. We're actually having 80 journalists from all over the world come. We made sure very comfortable chairs for 3 hours.
Outbreak Day is the day the outbreak happened in the United States in 2013.
In real life, we celebrate September 26th as Last of Us Day.
every September 26th, we've done something for Last of Us fans.
When people play these two sections, which are very different, I hope and I feel that.
So like
both-
this
when people play
thing,
these two sections,
you can see where like enemies are highlighted behind walls, right? In the highest difficulty levels, settings, you don't have this, and there's like a bunch of the character upgrades that are like built around this.
different. I hope and I
So
feel
it's a bit
that
silly
both
that
of them are equally.
you have upgrades that basically don't do anything if you play at higher difficulty. That's like what they call the listening mode.
When you play that first demo, you're like, that was incredible.
Oh my god.
This could have been the whole demo. This could have been the whole thing. It says enough about what the game is. And then you play the other half, and it's like way more mechanics heavy, way more combat heavy.
Keep going, boy. There.
In the highest level of
Oh, that was the
how Naughty
demo.
Dog is
Fair.
perceived as a company, it's that we're story first.
I feel like this
and
area is like
mechanics
the
second. A lot
biggest
of it is, I
combat
think, proving to the press
thing,
and
maybe.
proving to people that yes, we can do both.
Definitely up there.
I want people to walk away and say, this is the best controlling, this is the best feeling third-person shooter.
It's on the level of the best action stealth games you've ever played.
Oh, it does that for me.
So one of the
Like,
things that I've always found
Emotional
exciting
wise,
about
for
The Last
sure.
of Us is the kind of fidelity with
Gameplay
which
is
we
very nice too.
represent human intelligence.
One of the ways that really helped make them feel more human and more alive was the way that they use their body language to communicate to each other.
Everybody spread out. We may have multiples.
We had a number of sessions where the animation team, design team, and programmers all got together and we acted out a number of scenarios. And what that does is it gives us really great reference and touch points that we can always look back to about the way that we naturally behave, the way we naturally respond to each other. And those are the types of details that we want to weave back into the game.
Someone took out Zoe. Who the fuck's out there? Sweep the whole goddamn street.
Our NPCs are named so that you understand these people have relationships.
They want to get revenge on you. It's this little mini loop of the whole premise of the game.
oh, they are named. Okay.
I just killed their friend and they want to
I
kill
didn't
me now.
realize that.
There's a cost.
Well,
you killed
kind
that
of,
person.
but it didn't really.
His friend now
Okay,
feels
yeah,
a
sure.
loss. You know, his dog is now alone.
Dude, if
Dogs
I
are
had
really
realized
difficult to
that, you
start
could
off
just
with
kill the
because
guy
they're
and the dog
buttons.
would
They just
like
don't turn around. They kind of like wheel
stay
around
there
a little
mostly.
bit.
Smell something, girl?
The main
Doesn't
concern
help
we
so much.
had is how is it that we can actually get a dog to perform a dance card on the motion capture set? And when we finally brought them on set, it was just incredible what these dogs were capable of doing and what the trainers were able to accomplish in a short time.
There you go.
They move extremely quickly, so they're super hard to shoot.
Well, they also move in a very
Very low to the
predictable way,
ground.
though.
You
So
have
they're,
like these attacks that are designed to go up here.
pretty easy to shoot.
And now you have to kind of do them down there.
in my opinion, because their movements are really
Killing a
predictable,
dog has gotten people more
and you
like,
can pretty much
upset
shoot them
than
anywhere. And I
anything
think
else in
they
the
can get
game,
one
than hanging
shot.
people, then eviscerating people.
We're gonna break new ground in
So you don't have
dog
that.
murder.
At least like at this difficulty level, it doesn't feel nearly as much pressure as like having to headshot someone, for example.
First question, she walks into the middle room. I have one question.
Because also you don't have the pressure of them
Does
like
the dog survive?
doing
And
something
everyone's
right away,
oh, no,
like shooting you. Right, Alice?
We killed it, and then you have to love it knowing that it's already dead. So there's gonna probably be people that are upset about that.
You don't though, because like you have no idea that this is the same dog, or if you do, I don't know. You're very observant, but like how would you guess that? Well, I guess you can, but
Let's go to the trucks.
with the notable exception of Alice. We took great pains to ensure that every combat encounter that you fight against a dog, you do not have to kill any of them.
Oh, I mean, I guess that's true, yeah.
It's more palatable to kill people because they're all there because they choose to be there, but all of these dogs were trained to do this exact thing, and so you're killing an innocent creature.
Well, it did never feel good to kill the dogs.
Got you.
Not that I'm
That
sure
feeling of
it felt good to
discomfort
kill
is
those,
exactly
but
what we're trying to explore with the last
like the dogs for sure were not great.
Ironically, making them more realistic makes people feel more okay about killing them. We had like kind of a goofy art prototype. We had like just a very rough dog. We found that goofy dog that had no fur, people felt really bad about killing that dog. Like when you would shoot them, they would fall over dead and like give one last whine as their like dying breath and stuff. So we just really tried to like tone down the pitiability of all the dogs and stuff.
I think that's like I said, I did this, but like the sign for dead in ASL is like
are the stuff you don't
like
notice. The Foley in the game is extremely detailed.
all dead. If I remember correctly.
Things
ASL
like
American
Foley
Sign Language.
are very easy to get wrong and noticed for the wrong reason.
Like flat
Very
hands.
difficult to get right. But when you get it right, no one's going to pat you on the back for it. Audio
What
guys
is
are kind of a different breed.
that?
We listen to everything all the time. It's kind of a curse.
Oh. Sound capture. Sound capture is like another super interesting thing.
Our ability to use pre-recorded assets from a library that's like commercially available has been diminished almost entirely because we have very specific needs.
Do one more of those.
We're trying to take what we did in the first game and bring it to another level of detail.
Yeah, play with that a little bit. Like mixing that tonality in is cool. Yeah.
The enemies themselves, especially the infected, have had to go through a review process. In the first game, they're pretty coarse. They're basically like on or off. They're either walking around mumbling or they're freaking out trying to get you. And so now we've developed sort of this like murmuration breath system that allows them to have a much more natural flow between being agitated and not.
Yeah, I wish I could do that.
A big part of those recording sessions is
Not a
is
single
working
time I've
with
been able
the
to do
voice
that.
actors. It's much more collaborative.
Yeah, that's cool. I kind of want to see what your more natural voice sounds like.
You're basically trying to coach people that they're not zombies.
Yeah, now imagine sprinting.
No,
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, take your time, man.
That's really great. One of the folks that we worked with.
Oh, you see it there.
Oh,
You
yeah,
see it. Wait,
yeah,
wait,
take
wait.
your
So,
time.
okay, look. That's what I was talking about earlier. So, you see that lamp here? The focus is on this guy, right? So, the lamp is in the background, and you see the artifact is like greenish, like green yellowish, and then as the focus goes
That's really great.
towards the background, this becomes purplish, right?
No,
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, take your time, man.
That's really great. One of the folks that we worked with,
I find that very cool.
the sounds he was able to generate from himself was unlike anything I've ever heard before.
Which I'm not doing with my implementation because it would require. I had an idea how to do it, which would have been to like render only like the plane in front of the point of focus, and then having like one mask for that, and then doing the same with the back. But yeah, it would take twice as long. Not really worth it.
gnarly sounding roars and breaths.
Why does he have a
wheezes,
penis, though?
And really interesting stuff that I've never heard come out of a person ever. Sound is, we're inherently post-production on a lot of this stuff. We kind of just have to be jamming, and we have to be as prepared as possible, and that's what we try to do. A lot of stuff is yet to come for us, which means there's not a lot of time left, which means that it's gonna get really intense. It gets really intense for everybody, but for audio in particular, we'll be here late.
I think that.
I guess that makes sense because they're doing like a
it's the whole studio, but I know I'm definitely feeling
experimentation.
very tired right now. I'm feeling a little
So it's
burned
harder
out.
to like go to the bar.
I'm realizing that I can't crunch like I used to. I can't put everything I have into these games as much as I was able to when I first got here. It's pretty unanimous that this game is really big, where it's bigger than we'd like it to be.
The Last of Us Part 1 is small compared to this game. My argument, make the game small again. I don't even call them small.
There were times when I was writing like 40 pages of in-game
60
dialogue a
hours,
night.
so it took about like 30
Kept
hours
saying, stop, you have to
each
like
time.
give it to somebody else.
It is
We
a
will
long
hire
game.
somebody, we will make this work. And I was
sure.
like, I think it'll just be, I was just bullishly like, we're gonna handle it, I'm tough. I would like somebody to teach me how to have work-life balance.
There are some times where I wish I had somebody in production or a big brother that could be like, no, go home. This is great. This is already great. You don't need to do the next thing.
I feel like at any given point, you'll go into the kitchen and you'll find people, what I would say, saloning about the game, like going deep philosophy into what's working, what isn't. People criticizing this or that. This doesn't look good. I don't like this scene. This doesn't work for me. I hate this.
You know, like they're going to lunch and like expressing doubt to each other and like, is this gonna come together? Is this the one that like screws Naughty Dog up? Let me just exude whatever confidence I have left. Let me try to bestow this person with it so they can feel inspired and go off and do their work. But then sometimes you're alone in the office and you're like, what if this doesn't come together? What if this is the one that sucks? What if this is the one that sinks Naughty Dog? So then you have to like kind of bury it, compartmentalize it. Who knows what damage it does to your body while you're doing it.
Compartmentalizing emotion is a thing. It's not the same as what's it called? It's not the same as regulating them.
Because ultimately, you can't let that fear dictate
And
how
I
you work.
believe it's not very
Just
good.
Keep the faith.
Quoted from a Healthy Gamer video thing. Well, the very good thing is like I think it's not, but it did say it was a different thing, and it is an actual thing. And so I was like, oh, I'll point this out.
The game was just about done, was content complete. We were fixing bugs when
There's these like
And I understood like the managing emotion thing as like taking actual steps towards reducing the intensity of the emotion. Whether it's like self-talk or like, I don't know, like breathing exercises to calm yourself down, stuff like that. That's what my understanding of that was.
rumblings of this pandemic happening.
Like, I remember when this COVID shit hit, and we're like, bro, really? Like, for real pandemic?
You know, at first it feels like, oh, this is nothing we need to worry about. And then all of a sudden you do have to worry about it.
And like, are people gonna want to play a game that takes place in a pandemic when there's a real pandemic?
We had never worked from home ever. Naughty Dog was actually strictly against working from home.
We did not have the infrastructure set up at the studio to work from home.
And it's because we were so intense about security and leaks that all of our data, including our emails and our chats and IMs, it all had to be on a server inside the building.
we were like air gapped from the outside world.
The operations team, the IT team, our engineering team, they all had to coordinate in a very short period of time to get us working from home. We don't even know when the game can come out.
Sony was like, we don't know if we can physically ship this product with like the supply chain and stuff.
We had to come out and say, the game can't come out in this date, and we don't even know when it will come out. It's delayed indefinitely.
SIE has made the difficult decision to delay the launch of The Last of Us Part 2 and Marvel's Iron Man VR until further notice. Logistically, the global crisis is preventing us from providing the launch experience our players deserve. 2020.
So a lot of our most hardcore fans are angry with us. Around the same exact time, we started having these leaks. We're like, we didn't put out this video. Like, where is this coming from? It's a video from one of our reviews. So you could hear the notes, and people that can't attend the meeting can watch it after the fact. We store all these videos on our server. Did it come from the inside? Someone with a Naughty Dog?
My first thought was, this isn't like a developer leaking this, isn't it? This isn't someone on the team.
It's this person in the Netherlands downloaded terabytes of videos through a back door in the server. And then this is where we made a fatal error. Let's close this back door. And then this person put out everything. A video goes up on YouTube, and I don't remember what the first video was, but it was something relatively benign.
But they weren't like super important scenes. You know, they were like little clips, and it was like, okay, that's a little weird. What is that?
All out of order and stuff. And I was like, oh, that's bad.
And you kind of wanted to just say, stop, wait, don't watch it. Like, you're gonna ruin things for yourself.
There's YouTubers I've watched for years, and they're making entire videos, and the title is like, fuck Naughty Dog. And fuck The Last of Us Part 2.
There's just all this negativity and no positivity because no one has played the game. They just have these videos out of context and all these rumors mixed with them. Abby is playable.
Yeah, it's so damaging. There was
Here's the ending.
So I stay away from leaks of stuff. Or even usually, like, it depends. Sometimes I stay away from some of the teasers and stuff if I feel like they are spoiling the game. That's true for books as well, because like sometimes you will have like the back cover of the books that will, or depends on the editions as well or something, but sometimes they will kind of just like give you like the story plot kind of thing, or and I hate when they do that, when they're like, it's like movie trailers. There's a lot of bad movie trailers where they kind of just show you the entire film. Like they literally, you see the trailer and you see like, okay, this is what happens in the film, and you watch the film and this is what happens in the film, and it's like, why? There was a major leak some time ago. I don't know if you know, like the Last Airbender series. Used to air on TV when I was a kid. Really great show. And so they made a movie that is actually like from the studio that made this, not like the Netflix series, and the Netflix series was A-okay for what it was. The original movie was absolutely insanely bad. But they made a movie. I forgot what it's called. And essentially, like the whole movie got leaked. Yeah, the whole movie got leaked, and originally, this movie was planned to have a theater release, which they before the leaks. Avatar Last Airbender. And so they cancelled the movie before the leaks in the theaters. But the movie was still going to release on, I forgot what, like Paramount is the one handling this thing. It was supposed to release in, this is like the movie. It's absolutely insanely bad. the original movie adapted thing. It was supposed to release like end of the year, like after the summer, like September or something like that. And the whole movie was leaked, like maybe a few weeks ago, like a few months ago. In this particular case, I have watched it because it is good quality, the audio is good, and it's not something that most likely I would have paid for anyway. Like not that it's something I want to advertise, but there's a lot of like movie, TV shows, stuff like that. I don't typically pay for it. I used to when... So here's the thing, like I do it when I feel like the price is decent. I used to pay for Netflix. Netflix now have absolutely a ridiculous price in my opinion, so I stopped paying for Netflix. If like I don't know, like Ankama made that show called Bestial recently. Like I got a subscription for this to watch it. Oh, it's the French trailer. I do think the French dub is quite a bit better. But yeah, like it depends. Interesting thing about piracy, by the way, like it's really it's more of a good thing than people initially might think. I'm not saying that to like unguilt myself or anything like that. The thing about piracy is, so it does a few things. One of the things is that it informs the, like I don't know, the people that like broadcast the shows and decide what to adapt and whatnot. Like it gives them data on what people watch in what language. Like so they pretty much know what is going to be successful before like they put an adaptation of it based on, for example, like manga translations in different languages. So it gives them really, really valuable insights onto, like, for example, I don't know, if a specific anime or show or whatever has fan translation like in Korea that is like really popular in Korea, then they know like, okay, we can edit this thing in Korea and we're gonna have success, right? And then the other thing is kind of like, it doesn't really give them anything, but people that typically, like, data backs this, that people that pirate things, they're not really like customers that you're losing on, because they probably wouldn't be watching the thing if they had to pay for it. So it's kind of like, it doesn't really matter that much in terms of like the financial success of these companies in like the grand scheme of things. But like if you do like something, like obviously you should try and support that. I think that's kind of how things end up working out for studios and whatnot. And if there was a way to financially support this Avatar movie thing, like a more direct way to support the studio, I would absolutely do that. And I have not looked, and maybe that is the case.
If they kill Ellie,
but if I see something, then I will definitely do something there.
And then I get this text from Evan. They just posted Joel's death.
By the way, movie was really good. They did a very good job. I really, really liked it.
And my heart sinks. I can't even describe this feeling. It's just this like dread. It's almost like you just heard someone you care about died. I don't know. That's the closest I could come to. I thought Choi would be looking at that and be like, you see, you were wrong.
He said, do you think we did the right thing? And
hold up, so what did they do?
This text from
the whole political thing. Oh, Naughty Dog's they're doing this political shit.
And then I get this text from Evan. They just posted Joel's death. And my heart sinks. I can't even describe this feeling. It's just this like dread. It's almost like you just heard someone you care about died. I don't know. That's the closest I could come to. I thought Troy would be looking at that and be like, you see, you were wrong.
He said, do you think we did the right thing? And I said, I don't know, Neil. I haven't played the game yet. I was livid. I was real angry.
I'm bombarded with hundreds of negative comments, death threats, anti-Semitic comments. It's putting me in a deep depression.
There's some stupid stuff that's like, you're a feminazi, you're whatever shit like that, but it's like some stuff was really like, you know, disturbing.
The hatred, I think that was behind it. I was sad. Like, there were a lot of days where I would just cry.
Every time I went online, it was just, that's all I saw was death threats and threats of violence. And the worst of it, the really like hardcore death threats got passed along, and they, you know, made sure that they weren't anyone that like lived close by. Yeah, they were like threatening my son, you know, who was born during all of it. And yeah, it was rough. It was rough. But, you know, more than anything, it just kind of like, it kind of like taught me to kind of keep a distance, you know?
Yeah, people are deranged.
This thing that I spent 4.5 years on, it's kind of getting violated.
And then for 2 months before release, there's like nothing you can do. You can't release the game sooner because it's not done yet.
We know the last few days have been incredibly difficult for you. We feel the same. It's disappointing to see the release and sharing of pre-release footage from development. Do your best to avoid spoilers, and we ask that you don't spoil it for others. The Last of Us Part 2 will be in your hands soon. No matter what you see and hear, the final experience will be worth it.
And that was the lowest point in my life. I'm working on the game.
Oh, there's ads coming.
Towards the end,
Do I
at
need to
home,
pause?
by myself, feeling very alone. And I said, who am I doing this for?
Maybe. I'll pause. I think it's starting soon. Oh wait, no, 9 minutes.
Like, why am
bad.
why, this is, it's
I
too
won't
much.
quite make it now.
And I barely squeaked by.
When it's flexing.
And then we were able to finish it.
Sure, I'll do
And,
that.
you know, we sent it to reviewers, and
I need to go and do
reviews are
some
through the roof.
micro code examples later to show off the bugs.
And I called Troy, and I said, like, dude, I'm sorry.
Which I hope I
feel
can
like
reproduce in a
I
sample
failed
way.
you. And he's like, what are you talking about?
Technically, yes. If
And I'm
it's
like,
what
yeah,
I
I just
think.
know how some people are talking. It's like, oh, dude, I don't care. I played the game, and I love it. And I got really emotional. It's like I realized how much I care about Troy caring about the game, and that was a huge sense of relief.
There's not a single aspect of the game, Part 2, that I would change. And anytime someone comes up to me and says, you know, I didn't really like what they did to Joel, I was like, great, awesome. Tell me a better version of the story. And to this day, they still can't.
It was a traumatic experience for myself and many people on the team, and the kind of hate we got because of those leaks will stay with me forever. And I can't even describe how angry I was of what the damage this person did to us. I want them punished in every sort of way. I wanted this to be this villain. And this person is like, you know, in their 20s or whatever. They live with their parents. And it's a fan. And then when we delayed the game indefinitely, this is what they said, is like, I wanted to force Naughty Dog's hand. I wanted to force them to release the game. So I thought if I just put out all the videos, eventually they'll put out the game, which again was never an option for us. And I remember sitting there, sitting in my anger, and then slowing down and just saying, okay, if anybody should take the lesson from Last of Us Part 2, it should probably be us. Just let it go.
I mean, props to them, but
Back when I was feeling broken, I focused on a prayer. I believe
I don't know, like it's like consequences need to, you know, actions for me need to have consequences. Like you don't have to like ruin the family, but I don't know. I feel like they have to understand
Eddie Vedder
more.
to play future
Then
dates for
again,
the
will
Game
they?
Awards. I'm a huge Pearl Jam fan. Yeah, I know. So shocking to many people.
Then
What a
again, they got like by
fascinating
20 something years
way
old.
to tell a story. It's just getting
Which-
better and better all the time, and I really appreciate
I mean,
the way
that
that
will
Future
happen
Days was
always.
used, especially bringing Joel and Ellie together, connecting through music. It was cool to be part of it. So, thanks for having me, and enjoy the rest of the show.
How lucky am I? Like, how cool is this? This person that I've admired since I was a kid is now like mentioning this game that we all made. And then we start winning award after award after award. I wanted that validation for the team.
Everyone at Naughty
But they
Dog,
did found him. That's what they were
I
talking
can't wait
about.
to
Like they
hug
said he
and
was
high-five and
like a 20-something years old guy who was a fan, and he wanted to force their hand to release the game early because they were frustrated that the game was not coming out. But it's like, no, they did not. No, but like, so they let it go, right? But it's like I want to see on some level that feels wrong to me, because like they caused so much problems for like people. Like they are directly responsible, I would argue, for like all the death threats and stuff like that, which is like, I mean, Laura mentioned it, like it's, I don't know, dude, it has to be a lot. I have not had death threats. I have had people before. I have had 2 people threaten me IRL. Like people online threaten, like, sorry, I've had 2 people before from online threaten me IRL, and one of them, I don't remember why or whatever, but he had my name, and he figured out, if I remember correctly, he figured out what school I was going at. And dude was like 20-something years old. I was in high school, and I was this close to like calling the police about it, which I should really have done. Now that I think about it, like years back. It is scary.
drunk with each one of you. That's going to have to wait till next year. And more than anything, and I know that I speak for the whole team when I say this, we'd like to thank our friends and family that stood by us and support us.
And they are absolutely
us
deranged
making
people.
this
They
game.
will
You inspire us not only to make
possibly do
better,
that.
more meaningful games, but to improve how
By the way, the whole thing was about me saying this guy gameplay was bad.
we make games.
And not in a particularly like rude or mean way that I recall.
The pandemic kind of brought up that question of like health and mental health. Are we developers that
was really
are going to
bad.
stay at the studio and have full careers? How do we make this
I
sustainable?
did that in Guild Wars 2. It
Okay,
was,
like
it was
a
somebody from
chuckle
Guild
in
Wars 2. Like
retrospect,
both of them were
just
from Guild Wars 2.
How absurd the failure.
This guy
of
was in the same
trying
guild as I
to
was, which
alleviate
was
crunch was. If you have great processes
Yeah, my first
and you're
guild.
super organized, that doesn't fix crunch. What that does is it allows you to make a bigger game.
We read the postmortem feedback for The Last of Us 2, and it was really, really
like go shitty
upsetting
that you have to be
to
that you
see
need to like
what
threaten a high
coworkers had
schooler.
gone through. So we were highly motivated to try to figure out how to fix it.
Everything about our workflows were already being upended with remote work and everything. So it's like, okay, well, yeah, we got to do this now.
And we knew that to make the real changes we did, it would take the entire studio working together.
We now have the goal for Naughty Dog to eliminate crunch.
The only thing that
Like I was
fixes
not
crunch, the
like
only thing.
that impacted by it because I would argue like a shitty childhood. Like there was never like domestic violence per se, I would say, but I do have this memory of like being in my room, like door locked, and I had this knife, and I remember having this thing where I was like, I'll protect my mom kind of thing, and it's like I was like 10-ish, so like it was not that impactful on me to have this guy threaten me around, but like still
deciding
it's
that you're
not nothing. Like it's
When we onboard,
and it's not because I had this experience. It's like diminishing the thing, but it's just like it was not like a completely like a new thing to me to have this sort of sense of being threatened around.
you know, we have a reputation as a studio for crunching, and it's something we don't want. And it's something we're not going to do anymore.
First, we had to do what is crunch. Let's define it, because when you just look at hours, that turn out to be too simple.
Well, it's just being scared,
Multitude
you
of
know.
factors. It's not just like one thing. It's not just, oh, because of this is what's causing.
Like I said, there was no
It's
domestic
literally, like,
violence
so
that I
many of these
recall,
little
but
things.
How do we get
my
sure
my
no
dad
one at
was
Naughty
getting
Dog burns
violent
out?
when he was
You know,
angry
every
for
couple
sure.
months we sent out a
And I
90-second
again, I don't remember like
questionnaire
physical
that goes,
violence toward my
Are
mom,
you worried
or
about your workload?
I remember
Are you
one
worried
thing
about having to
towards
work
me,
overtime?
but
If you feel like
it was not really like domestic violence. Like, well, I guess it was, but like, it is one incident isolated that I recall where he threw like a full like what is it called? Like the thing you put water over flowers on, like the damn it, this. Watering can. This. So he threw one thing like that in metal full of water at me, which is like, I remember my mom like playing it down like, oh, it's whatever. I was like, it had like a big impact on me.
I'm overburdened with work.
It's really heavy.
You have to tell somebody.
And I mostly dodged it.
We used
but
to, as a
like,
studio,
come on.
when we were getting close to shipping a game, bring in dinners for the whole studio. We don't do crunch dinners anymore.
Being able to work from home is hugely
Yeah.
helpful for me.
Yeah, most of them.
for my mental health of like, you know, my daughter's there, my wife is there.
Hybrid is really the sweet spot because I think the benefits have just been enormous.
In the past, our leads, our managers, were the people that were best at their craft, but not necessarily the best managers.
So we created the role of principal.
We really gave people the choice, like, do you want to make stuff or do you want to lead and manage?
And Arnaldo is now a lead designer here.
Now I'm responsible for a team, and I really enjoy that. And being able to share that knowledge and kind of work with someone, even if they're more experienced than me.
The continuation of
that's
like
been
my
great
dad's
so
story
far.
thing is like at around 13.
Very large and
I
robust
told to his face what I
production
thought,
department now
and
that we didn't have.
we have
Holding us
been no
accountable
contact
when we make a
since.
decision, when it's just everyone going,
Like he
yes,
tried
more,
calling
yes,
up until
better,
around
yes,
my 18th
polish,
birthday or
polish, polish.
something.
Tallying that up and going, okay, well, this is
So,
the result.
like
Now you're not
once
in
a
your
year
ship date anymore.
or something.
It feels so much like a different studio.
I hope that we can keep changing for the better and make sure that we're making the games that we want to make, that we're really passionate about, that we don't stop doing that.
We want self-driven, healthy designers.
Yes,
we want to have it
exactly.
all. We want to have it both. And can we do that? That'll be the question, I guess.
The HBO's thing has been a wild ride.
I I just wanted it to be like good. Like, dude, if it just comes out and it's a good show, like that's gonna be huge.
I'm sure it will be very different.
I've seen a
when
few
I actually
things
see
that
Abby being portrayed.
really don't sell
That will
it
be
to
so
me.
weird. I can't imagine what Ashley and Troy must be feeling.
Specifically because Ellie is a part of my heart. In some ways, it was really hard. I feel like Bella was the only person who could play her because I feel like she is Ellie. There's a part of me that's like weirdly protective of her.
I remember
Well,
when
from
Neil
what I've
told me,
seen, not to like blame it
found
on
Joel,
her, because
I was like, he
she
wasn't
probably did like good for what she was.
He goes, Pedro Pascal.
Like she probably did a good job at doing what she was supposed to do.
We're bulletproof.
It felt like
but
Craig and Neil together saw that this was a story.
for like the direction and stuff like that, from whatever it is, not it.
About humanity, and they made it a story about humanity.
We got Frank. Who knew that was waiting? Craig's screaming from the sidelines going, I did.
When Neil and Craig asked me to play Ellie's mother, Anna, it made me so happy. And I'm crying, so it doesn't seem like it, but it was symbolic.
But she
in
like
so many
I don't know.
ways
She
to
doesn't.
me.
I've seen a
Being
few
able to
scenes
sort of
and like she
bring
doesn't.
Ellie into
She
the
doesn't
world,
sell.
be the first one to fight for her.
Doesn't sell Ellie to me, but
It breaks my
and
heart.
there's an interesting.
It felt like on the other side, we could get this story to people that will never play a video game.
My mom is watching the show, and like, she can enjoy this story, and she can be a part of it, and she's so excited and working on season 2 and getting to see that.
I love this idea that someone could watch the show and then realize, wait, that's based on a video game, and come back and check out the game, and then realize, oh.
Yeah, that's what this guy did essentially, right? He watched the show. He was like, I don't get why everybody's like that's such a big deal, and the video is really interesting to watch. Then again, you haven't seen the first game, so maybe not for you. But it was very interesting. There's a lot of I need to watch more videos around like the characters from the channel I've showed earlier on the stream. There's some really interesting things to learn about the characters, I think.
Indie and all sorts of stories that are really unique to
Anyway,
this
4 minutes
medium.
left. She's a horrible actor, and it's not only my opinion.
Where someone asked me about The Last of Us and would there be any more stories or something, and I mentioned, like, you know, we have written a story that takes place after Last of Us 2 that stars Tommy, and I hope one day we get to make it. And the headlines across the industry were like, Naughty Dog has outlined Last of Us Part 3, and that's actually wrong. It was always a small story. It was never like a full title at the time, and that's actually wrong. And I hope one day we get to make it. And the headlines across the industry were like, Naughty Dog has outlined Last of Us Part 3, and that's actually wrong. It was always a small story. It was never like a full title. At the time, we had higher priorities at Naughty Dog, was like to fix our pipeline, to fix work-life balance issues. Just based on where we were, I didn't want to prioritize this story, so that story was shelved. And I still believe one day it will see the light of day. I don't know if it'll be a game or a show, TBD. First game had such a clean concept of like the unconditional love a parent feels for their child. The second one, once we landed on this idea of the pursuit of justice at any cost, justice for the ones you love, it felt like, oh, there's a clean concept here, and there's a through line from the first game about love. If we never get to do it again, this is a fine ending point. And right, last bite of the apple, the story's done. The great thing about working at Naughty Dog is that we don't have to. It's always like, we would love another Last of Us, but if you guys feel like are passionate about something else, we'll support this other thing. Very privileged position to be in. I never take that for granted. I've been just thinking about, okay, is there a concept there? And for now years, I haven't been able to find that concept. But recently that's changed. And I don't have a story but I do have that concept that to me is as exciting as 1, as exciting as 2, is its own thing, and yet has this through line for all 3.
Oh.
So it does feel like there's probably one more chapter to this story.
Oh. Okay. So I take it back. You are right. There's probably a part 3 coming. Maybe. One day. So this other thing they were making... I don't know if it's there. Yeah, they were making this thing. Which, I mean, I will send if you want to check it out. So I would assume if there's a Last of Us coming, it would be after this. I don't think it's been announced, though. I don't really want to, like, look for it, because if I do, I'm gonna, like, see potential leaks and whatnot, which I'm not really interested in. This is, and people, like, again, like, people haven't played this. It wasn't like that. I mean, I can play it. Like, it wasn't that exciting to me, because, like, I don't know what they're doing with this. It gives me
white script which translates below into English.
Cyberpunk
The
Space
suffering of
Pirate vibes.
generations must be endured to achieve our divine end. Ancient Sumerian Scripture, 1986. Bright starlight beams through the atmosphere of a nearby planet. Asteroids drift through the planet's shadow, disappearing into the deep blue void beyond. The asteroids
What's
coalesce
Minion Pass
into the
already? Okay.
remains of a shattered white moon in high orbit.
already.
The broken pieces trail from a larger sphere in a spiral pattern as the moon shrinks away. A small twin-engine ship with 2 fixed wings floats facing the moon. White
Do I have to, like, go to the
stripes run
description or
along its bright
something?
red hull, which bears the
Oh, I do have. I was like, wait, what is going on? Shit. My bad. I was like zoning out for a moment. I was thinking about other things. I guess I'll skip to around same place. Sorry for that. The zoom out doesn't seem like smooth at all, though. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe it's just my screen being weird. Like, the character for me, like, completely fine. I have no objection. Seems like an interesting character. First glance. The visuals are neat. It's just I don't really know what they're doing with the story, right? But it's seems kind of intentional. Yeah, I think my screen just makes it laggy. I don't know why. I'll go back to Node.
Jordan, tell me something good. Well, you're right. It checks out. He's hiding out around the Superior Moon.
The subtitles are
How
messed
is
up.
that excellent? He's next to fucking Superior. No one has left that planet in over 600 years.
So overestimated.
Close to it is never heard from again. Superstitions? No. Superstitions are the crazy rumors about what happened on that planet Beast.
Oh, you have this tracking here on the camera.
You
Yeah,
worry
so-
too much. You know what I worry just to write about? I say we wait for him to leave, or how about we find a new lead? He's not worth it. I'm wasting my time, aren't I? Can you please blame him? I don't need another hunter swooping in. Who is swooping? No one is crazy enough to go there.
He clearly is.
He is clearly desperate.
And so am I, so claim him, or I will find another agent.
Anyone else with all your fucking shit? Okay, alright, you know what? There, you're the boss.
Thank you.
Listen, kid. I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, so they give you this, which is like, okay, so it's bounty hunter going to a forbidden planet where people do not go back from, chasing after somebody. Seems kind of cool about it. Kind of like, yeah, Star Wars vibes. It's a portrait. Spaceship. And I'm very curious what they're gonna do with it, just don't quite get where this is going. Like, it's hard for me to imagine a human fighting this in like a realistic setting. Maybe it works out though, I don't know. I mean, Horizon is fighting gigantic beasts and it works for me. Was there? I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with it. Maybe, I mean, you don't know what life looks like.
It's been nearly 12 years since The Last of Us' original release.
Just playing the intro.
In that time, it's had 2 remasters, a sequel, a TV show, and the franchise has sold over 37 million copies at the time of recording. It is considered by many to be the preeminent story-driven experience.
It's funny because I don't have that many people that
have
have got the game.
It certainly
Just
wasn't
doing
the
my
first
friend
great video game story. It was
not a
perhaps
lot,
the
but maybe people have it
biggest
on
leap forward in how video game
PlayStation.
stories are presented that the industry had ever seen. It has won countless Game of the Year awards, and it is one of a very small handful of games that you could call a masterpiece without anybody batting an eye. And it's done all of that while not really being a very interesting story concept, in my opinion. Before you race to the comments section, I say that as an outsider who hadn't played the game until very recently, and only really knew the elevator pitch for the story, which never really grabbed me. Zombie Up? Okay, I'd obviously heard how incredible it supposedly was, but being an Xbox player most of my life, I'm one of the people who actually watched the show before I played the game. Given how legendary the game's story was supposed to be, I didn't think it'd matter what format I experienced it in. After all, if it is as good as they say, why should it matter? And I was really underwhelmed. Don't get me wrong, it was a good show, it was great even, but a masterpiece? One of the greatest of all time? After everything I had heard about it, all of its success, accolades, and achievements, this was it? Maybe the bar had been set too high. Maybe it was unfair to go in with such lofty expectations. So I had to play the game. If for no other reason than just to understand, of all things, why The Last of Us?
There we go. Called it. Can't really see it though.
There's something about being on the original hype train for a product that is a huge part of why fans might look back on it so...
Actually, never mind, too long. But essentially, it's like he didn't think the show was that great, and he really had a very different opinion of the whole series after watching, playing the game. So it was an interesting watch. It is not as in-depth as like those videos though. I really like our videos. I need to watch all of them, but I will do so off stream. Like this, there's also like very, very interested in watching this. But I mean, there's seemingly like a lot of interesting ones. Very long. I don't know this one really, but the interactions between Abby and there go, lost the name again. Mel. As I did say earlier, there is a very interesting scene about Tommy, which I don't know where it is. This. And it goes into like the first game, the second game. Sort of like the TLDR is kind of like, Tommy is like this like man-horner type of person where like he wants to like do the right thing and stuff like that. And there was a time before the whole Last of Us stuff where he's traveling with Joel, which is his brother, and they are surviving, and Joel is doing some pretty terrible things, but like so is he. And it's sort of implied that he thinks like it's stuff that Joel forced on him, and he sort of like offsets the responsibility of the actions onto Joel. And later on, like they completely split up. So he goes to do some things that I think is right. Joel goes to do something else, and they just like have this completely different view of the world. And this goes into like his reasons for going after Abby. It goes into like why he wants to go back. Like why after the whole ordeal and they're back in like the farm, why is the way that he is then. It's a very, very interesting, very insightful video. Very subtle for this. Okay, so enough rambling for tonight. I will log off for tonight. I'm gonna go and do some of those bug report demos, hopefully. So yeah, thanks for sticking around. I hope that was interesting. I hope you liked the ending to the game and all that stuff. I'll see you around. Bye bye. Have a good night.